Chapter 40, 107. The fatty, with the undying divine body, was about to go crazy. His divine body had been destroyed 12 times by the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Zhaotian. 12 times. This Wang Zhaotian is seriously insane. I'll destroy your Wang family. I'll destroy your Wang family. The fatty was enraged. He reconstructed his divine body once again. Interesting. Could it be the legendary, indestructible divine body? The Southern Heaven God Emperor's expression changed. The legendary, undying divine body. Wang Zhaotian said in astonishment. He stared at the fatty, like a starving beast, wishing he could devour the fatty in one gulp. Wang family, I'll remember this. The fatty said while clenching his teeth. Little guy, do you really think you can leave this place alive? Wang Zhaotian stared at the fatty and sneered. I'm undying and indestructible. Do you really think you can threaten me with just 2 small shrimps? What a joke. The fatty glanced at the Southern Heaven God Emperor and Wang Zhaotian and said disdainfully, Is that so? Wang Zhaotian's face darkened as he approached the fatty. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from afar. The mountain that was dozens of miles away directly exploded. A figure, like a peerless demon emperor, fiercely pounced towards Wang Zhaotian. What? Wang Zhaotian was shocked. This guy is still alive after taking a palm strike from me? Not only is Gu Fei not dead, he doesn't seem to be injured at all. Wang Zhaotian was in disbelief. This is unbelievable. Roar! Gu Fei let out an angry roar and threw a punch at Wang Zhaotian. So what if the opponent is a god emperor? I'll still hit him. A powerful and violent fist energy exploded. It felt like the sky was about to be shattered by the punch. It was as if it could destroy everything. You overestimate yourself, Wang Zhaotian said disdainfully. In the next moment, he threw a punch too. Dong! The 2 fists collided with each other in an instant, producing a thunder-like sound of war drums. A circle of energy waves spread out, and the void directly rippled like water. Gu Fei let out a cold harumph and was sent flying again. What a powerful divine body! Wang Zhaotian was finally moved when he saw that Gu Fei could actually take his fist head-on. However, Wang Zhaotian was a celestial arch after all. Although Gu Fei's martial body was exceptionally strong, the difference between the 2 of them was too great. If it wasn't for the protection of the eternal energy, Gu Fei would have been smashed to smithereens by Wang Zhaotian. Little fellow, I want you to regret being born into this world, Wang Zhaotian said loudly. In the next moment, a series of clang. The next moment, a divine chain shot out from his body and wrapped around Gu Fei. Open. Gu Fei struggled with all his might, wanting to break this divine chain. However, not only did the divine chain that coiled around his body not break, it tightened instead. Gu Fei was shocked. The divine chain that coiled around his body was no ordinary divine weapon. This is my Wang family's ultimate treasure, the heaven-sealing divine chain. It can even seal the heavenly laws. How could a little fellow like you possibly break it? Heaven-sealing divine chain. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he heard this. The fatty was indescribably shocked when he heard Wang Zhaotian's words. The heaven-sealing divine chain was an incomparably powerful emperor divine weapon of the Wang family. I didn't expect Brother Wang to bring the clan's ultimate treasure. The Southern Heaven God Emperor was also a little surprised to see Wang Zhaotian using the heaven-sealing divine chain. One should know that the heaven-sealing divine chain had always been enshrined in the Wang family's ancestral ground and was rarely used. Damn it! Although Gu Fei was furious, he still remained calm. In the next moment, a ball of divine fire emerged from his right arm and instantly enveloped his entire body. It was the true fire of the sun, which was said to be able to incinerate everything in the world. However, when the true fire of the sun came into contact with the heaven-sealing divine chain on Gu Fei's body, it couldn't do anything to it. The true fire of the sun that emerged from Gu Fei's body burned the heaven-sealing divine chain until ancient divine runes appeared on it. Surrender obediently. After saying that, Wang Xiaotian kept attacking, sealing up Gu Fei's cultivation base. Boss, I'll leave first. I'll come back to save you. After saying that, the fatty crushed the talismans in his hand. In the next moment, the fatty disappeared into the void. This guy, Gu Fei, was speechless. It was impossible for him to save him. Ha! Killing a divine king with a single punch? It's all a joke before me. Wang Xiaotian laughed and waved his right hand. Gu Fei, who was tied up like a dumpling, flew over to him. Daoist Shen Kuan, I'll take my leave first. Wang Xiaotian couldn't wait to return to the Wang family's ancestral land to take care of Gu Fei. The news of Gu Fei being captured by the Wang family spread like wildfire. The entire southern divine region was in an uproar. That Gu Fei actually went to provoke the God Emperor? He's courting death. He's definitely courting death. A true God challenging a God Emperor, that's too crazy. Everyone was discussing. Gu Fei was only a mid-level true God, yet he dared to challenge Wang Xiaotian. In everyone's eyes, he was courting death. Wang family, Wang Xiaotian, just you wait. In a mountain range 3,000 miles away from Tianan City, a figure directly fell out of the void and fell head first into a thicket. The person crawled out of the thicket in a miserable state. He was wearing a Taoist robe and had a fat body. His forehead was covered in sweat as he panted heavily. He was the fatty who had just escaped from South Heaven City. As long as I get that thing, I'll kill my way to the Wang family. The fatty cursed as he walked out of the thicket. After getting his bearings, he disappeared into the mountain range. The Wang family's ancestral land was a spectacular place. Dragon-shaped clouds could be seen in the sky from time to time, and the mountains on the ground looked like a coiled dragon. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Waterfalls and springs could be seen between the mountains, and pavilions could be seen everywhere. It was like a peerless paradise. Cultivating in this kind of peerless divine land would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. It was no wonder that the Wang family could survive for so many years, producing a peerless expert in every generation. This was the confidence of a super cultivation family. Ordinary cultivation forces simply couldn't compare to them. After Gu Fei was captured by Wang Xiaotian and brought back to the Wang family's ancestral land, Wang Xiaotian threw him into the Wang family's black prison. At this time, the Wang family was in an uproar after receiving the news. The number of experts that died in Gu Fei's hands was a little too many, and they were all the most outstanding existences in the Wang family, especially Wang Yang, Wang Xiaoyan's only son. Chapter 4108. Who is that? The patriarch personally captured him and threw him into the 9th level of the purgatory of ice and fire. There's no need to ask. Someone who could make the patriarch take action personally and take down the 9th level must be an earth-shattering figure. That person seems very young. Hee. Are there any lack of young and beautiful antiques and old monsters in the cultivation world? At the entrance to the Wang family's purgatory in the southern divine region, a few jailers wearing azure gold divine armor were chatting. They were very shocked because they hadn't seen the patriarch personally come to the purgatory of ice and fire for many years. The last time was 300 years ago. At that time, Wang Xiaotian had captured a great devil of the devil realm and personally sent him down to the 9th level. In the eyes of these jailers, Gu Fei was undoubtedly an important figure who could compare to the great devil of the devil realm 300 years ago. Otherwise, the patriarch wouldn't have needed to personally take action. Shut up, all of you. How can we casually discuss the patriarch's matters? At this time, an old jailer with white hair walked out. When the young jailers heard this, they immediately shrunk their necks and didn't dare to say anything else. At this time, Gu Fei was imprisoned in the Wang family's 9th level of the purgatory of ice and fire. Right now, he was in the middle of 9 layers of ice and fire. The 9th level of the purgatory of ice and fire was where the Wang family imprisoned serious criminals. Ordinary devils and evil gods didn't have the qualifications to be imprisoned here. Only the great devils and evil gods would be imprisoned here. And any evil spirit that was imprisoned in the 9th level of the purgatory of ice and fire would only have one ending: death here. The Wang family's purgatory of ice and fire was very famous in the southern divine region. The power of ice and fire is vast, but unfortunately, the power of ice and fire contains a powerful poison. Ordinary people can't refine and absorb it for their own use. Gu Fei lay motionlessly on the icy ground. This place was sometimes unbearably hot, sometimes bone-chilling cold. Also, both the heat and cold contained a poison that could corrode the soul. Unfortunately, Wang Zhaotian miscalculated this time. Gu Fei sat up. To others, this was a land of death, a land of death. But to him, it was a land of treasures. Others might not be able to refine the power of ice and fire here, but he could. Others would have their bodies and souls corroded by the terrifying poison here, but he was completely fine. This was because he possessed the eternal true bone. The eternal real bone could refine everything in the world for its own use. So mere poisons were naturally nothing to it. The power of ice and fire in this place was so enormous that if he refined it, it would probably be comparable to half of the origin energy of the heavenly god realm. Isn't this the Wang clan's heaven-locking divine chains? Just at that moment, a startled cry rang out. A white-haired, white-browed, emaciated old man was sitting in a corner like a statue. If he didn't speak, no one would notice him. There was almost no aura coming from this old man. There were even some icicles hanging from his messy hair. He wore very little. He was bare-chested and only had a pair of shorts on his lower body. He was barefoot. When Gu Fei saw this old man, he jumped in fright. "Little fellow, who are you? You actually need Wang Zhaotian to use the heaven-locking divine chains to suppress you?" The old man asked curiously. The heaven-locking divine chains were the Wang clan's ultimate treasure. They treasured it very much and wouldn't use it easily. "Me? I'm Gu Fei. I'm just a nobody." Gu Fei chuckled. "He a nobody? If you were a nobody, you would have died here long ago. I see that you don't fear the power of ice and fire here at all. Could you be a god emperor?" The old man chuckled softly. "I'm not a god emperor." Gu Fei shook his head. A god emperor was nothing in his eyes. Back then, he had even killed many extreme supremes of the primogenitor realm. But now, he had no choice but to temporarily swallow his anger. Even if you're not a god emperor, you're not far from it. The old man stared at Gu Fei as though he wanted to see through him. "Then who are you?" Gu Fei asked. "Me? I've been imprisoned here for so long that I've forgotten my name," the old man suddenly said. What Gu Fei was stunned. He then asked, "Do you know where this place is?" "Here?" This was originally a battlefield during the primordial era. The battle between the primordial frost dragon and the primordial fire dragon nearly destroyed the entire world. The old man said, "The primordial frost dragon and the primordial fire dragon ultimately perished together. Later on, the Wang clan's ancestor moved the place where the primordial frost dragon and the primordial fire dragon died to the side of the Wang clan's ancestral ground and built a purgatory." "I see." Gu Fei came to a sudden realization. No wonder this was the 9 heavens of ice and fire. It was caused by the primordial frost dragon and the primordial fire dragon's origin power. Be it the primordial fire dragon or the primordial frost dragon, they were both poisonous dragons that could kill countless living beings with a single breath. They were extremely ferocious dragons among the dragon race. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to refine the origin dragon pearl of such a poisonous dragon. Thus, Gu Fei benefited from it. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to circulate his mystic art to devour the surrounding ice and fire powers. "Little guy, are you crazy?" The old man sitting in the corner was shocked. This guy actually dared to devour the ice and fire powers here. This was no different from suicide. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Soon, a black hole formed in his chest. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth that gathered from all directions was devoured by this black hole and refined into his own power. The old man was shocked when he sensed the changes on Gu Fei's body. Even he didn't dare to refine the ice and fire powers here. Clang! The heaven-locking divine chains on Gu Fei's body vibrated from time to time as they wrapped around Gu Fei tightly. Ancient runes constantly appeared on the divine chains. As Gu Fei's aura continued to rise, the heaven-locking divine chains on his body tightened. However, Gu Fei didn't care about the chains at all. Soon, the ice and fire powers in the ice and fire purgatory were no longer as strong. This little guy, the eyes of the mysterious old man who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, lit up when he saw Gu Fei. He had never imagined that this little fellow named Gu Fei could actually refine the power of ice and fire. While Gu Fei was refining the ice and fire powers, a figure was searching for something in a valley 10,000 miles away from the Wang family's ancestral ground. Boom! In next to no time, a muffled sound resounded from within the valley. In the next moment, a beam of divine light shot into the sky from within the valley, and it vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Ha! Wang family, aren't you all dead this time? A fat man walked out of the valley, holding a large halberd in his hand. It was a pitch-black halberd that exuded a chilling aura. This fat man was the Realm Lord. The fat man was known as the Realm Lord of the Heavenly Divine Realm. However, none of the big shots in the Heavenly Divine Realm acknowledged his position. Swoosh! Fatty stomped on the ground with both feet, causing the entire ground to explode. He leaped up and disappeared into the mountain ridge. At this moment, in the ancestral ground of the Wang family, the upper echelons of the Wang family had arrived at the ancestral hall on the highest mountain peak. Wang Xiaotian was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall. Lord Family Head, what are we waiting for if we don't kill that guy? That's right. That Gu Fei killed Wang Yang's nephew. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Why are you still talking so much nonsense? Just drag that guy out and chop him up. In the hall, everyone was in favor of immediately executing Gu Fei and using Gu Fei's blood as a blood sacrifice for the elites of the Wang family who had died in his hands. Family Head, since everyone is of the same opinion, let's do it this way. An old man with white hair and beard suddenly said, "Since the great elder has said so, let's do it." Wang Xiaotian nodded and said. Then, Wang Xiaotian personally walked out. He took a step and instantly appeared in the sky above the ice and fire purgatory. Wang Xiaotian directly entered the 9th level of the purgatory. He was shocked to find that the power of ice and fire in the purgatory seemed to have weakened. When Wang Xiaotian saw Gu Fei, he was shocked again. He saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged on the ground and actually absorbing the surrounding essence energy. How is this possible? Seeing Gu Fei devouring the power of ice and fire, he was even more shocked. Lock! Wang Xiaotian didn't hesitate and directly triggered the heaven-locking divine chains, only to see the heaven-locking divine chains coiling around Gu Fei's body immediately constricted and tightened. An explosive sound came from Gu Fei's body as if his bones were about to be broken. You only have this bit of ability? Gu Fei looked at Wang Xiaotian, who was outside, coldly and said in disdain. Humph! Wang Xiaotian laughed coldly and directly opened the prison door. After that, he grabbed Gu Fei out of the prison. He directly grabbed Gu Fei's collar and soared into the sky. There was no obstruction along the way, and he directly rushed out of the ice and fire purgatory. From start to end, that mysterious old man in the purgatory didn't make a sound. He didn't even open his eyes. Wang Xiaotian captured Gu Fei and placed him on the god execution stage. A clan elder volunteered to personally kill Gu Fei and his son. Gu Fei stood on the god execution stage and looked at the surrounding Wang family disciples coldly. Kneel. That Wang family elder shouted and then swept his leg towards Gu Fei's legs. However, Gu Fei didn't move at all. "You want me to kneel? Who do you think you are?" Gu Fei said in disdain. "You!" That clan elder was shocked and furious. He gripped the god-slaying blade tightly and then slashed towards Gu Fei's neck with all his might. Everyone was anticipating the bloody scene of his head falling to the ground. Dang! Just at this moment, the god-slaying blade slashed onto Gu Fei's neck and there was a metallic clang. Then, the entire god-slaying blade rebounded and flew out of the elder's hand. That clan elder lowered his head and saw that his hands were covered in blood. His palms were actually torn by the rebounding force. Chapter 4109. There was a god execution stage in the Wang family of the Southern Divine Region. Any god who was captured by the Wang family, as long as they were enemies of the Wang family or people who had committed heinous crimes, would be brought to the god execution stage to be slashed by the god execution blade. The god execution blade was the most precious treasure of the Wang family. It was said to be able to slay god emperors and gods. It was one of the emperor divine weapons forged by the founder of the Wang family. Even a true god emperor would be half dead, if not dead, after being slashed by the god execution blade. At this moment, everyone in the Wang family was dumbfounded as they looked at the figure standing proudly on the god execution stage. This guy couldn't even move the god execution blade? Is his neck harder than a mortal divine steel? A genius of the Wang family exclaimed. Even the elders of the Wang family were shocked. The guy who killed Wang Yang had such a strong physical body. It seemed like Wang Yang's death was not in vain. Wang Yang was young and frivolous. He was spoiled rotten by Wang Zhaotian. He was arrogant and looked down on the heroes of the world. Then he kicked the iron plate that was Gu Fei and ended up dead. Show me what you got. Let's see if you guys can kill me. Gu Fei looked at the experts of the Wang family and said disdainfully, he had the eternal real bone and was not afraid of anyone in the heavenly god realm. Although Wang Zhaotian could capture him, it was impossible for him to kill him. The eternal real bone had devoured too much spiritual energy. The eternal power had been stimulated. Under the nourishment of the eternal essence, Gu Fei's flesh and bones were almost indestructible. It was impossible to kill Gu Fei with a mere emperor divine weapon. Roar! The clan elder roared in anger. Divine power surged from his body, and the shadow of a giant dragon appeared on his body. He stretched out his right hand, and the god-slaying saber that was sent flying immediately flew back to him, and he grabbed it in his hand. Kill! The elder of the Wang family held the peerless divine saber in his hand. He roared and slashed at Gu Fei's head. The saber light tore through the void. Gu Fei did not dodge. The god-slaying saber in the hands of the Wang family elder landed on Gu Fei's head like a bolt of lightning. Clang! This peerless divine saber that was said to be able to slay gods still couldn't cut through Gu Fei's skin and flesh. It couldn't even cut off a single hair on Gu Fei's body. The violent recoil caused countless cracks to appear on the bones of the Wang family elder's arms, which were holding onto the sabers. How is this possible? The elder of the Wang family was shocked to the extreme. He didn't even seem to feel the bones in his arms being shattered. His hand that was holding the saber was trembling, and blood kept seeping out from his arm. At this moment, even Wang Zhaotian, the head of the Wang family, was dumbfounded. He was the head of the Wang family. No one knew better than him how terrifying the god-slaying saber was. Even he did not dare to be hit by the god-slaying saber. This fellow's cultivation realm didn't seem to be very high, but this kind of divine physique was rare in the world. This kind of divine physique was simply comparable to the legendary, indestructible divine physique. Kill! The elder of the Wang family, who was holding the god-slaying saber, roared. He wanted to attack again, but in the next moment his arms exploded, and even his bones were crushed into powder. Clang! The god-slaying saber fell to the ground. Seeing this, Everyone in the Wang family seemed to have turned into stone statues. The clan elder staggered backwards. "Let me." A burly man who looked like an iron tower walked out. His voice was so loud that it made everyone's ears ring. Wang Tai, the Wang family Shin King, who cultivated the cross-training technique. His divine physique was extremely strong, and the elder who was holding the god-slaying saber couldn't be compared to him. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw Wang Tai. There was no doubt that Wang Tai was powerful. His divine physique was strong enough to fight against the Shin King's weapon with his bare hands, and he could even fight against an emperor weapon. Big guy, it's already very impressive to be able to cultivate the cross-training technique to such an extent. Gu Fei smiled as he looked at Wang Tai, who was walking up the god-slaying stage. Humph, you can still smile when you're about to die? Wang Tai stepped onto the god-slaying stage and extended his right hand. The god-slaying saber on the ground immediately flew up from the ground, and he grabbed it in his hand. Wang. When the god-slaying saber was grabbed by Wang Tai, it let out a buzzing sound, and densely packed ancient divine markings appeared on the saber. A strong saber aura exploded from the god-slaying saber, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Everyone could feel the cold air invading their bodies. Want to kill me? Let's see if you're capable of it. Gu Fei was still smiling. In the heavenly divine world, there was no existence that could threaten his life. Kill! Wang Taimeng roared furiously, like a clap of thunder. At the same time, he had already chopped at Gu Fei's neck with all his might. Clang! The god-slaying saber in Wang Tai's hand slashed at Gu Fei's neck. In the next moment, he was dumbfounded. He felt a force coming from the saber, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. It was impossible for Wang Tai not to be shocked. His strength was simply a joke in front of Gu Fei. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Wang Tai was furious. Divine power surged from his body, and his long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His violent aura was earth-shattering. He used all his might to activate the god-slaying saber in his hand, and the god-slaying saber continuously released more and more power. The surrounding void was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks. Go to hell! All of Wang Tai's strength was concentrated on this one slash. He directly slashed down at Gu Fei's head. Wang! The god-slaying saber hummed, and countless divine markings released an extremely terrifying saber aura. The saber radiance was extremely dazzling, and everywhere it passed it destroyed the void. The power of the saber even made Wang Zhaoyan's expression change. Everyone in the Wang family watched anxiously, and even the family head Wang Zhaotian was a little nervous. However, something unbelievable happened. The eyes of all the spectating powerhouses from the Wang clan almost popped out of their sockets. Wang Tai's desperate slash was directly sent flying. Wang Tai's thick and strong arm actually had a bloody wound. These bloodstains quickly disappeared, as if they had never been there. The experts in the Wang family were extremely shocked. This guy was actually not afraid of the Emperor artifact. If the saber can't cut it, then burn it with fire, an elder of the Wang family roared. That's right. The experts in the Wang family nodded. Soon, an elder of the Wang family went to fetch a divine cauldron. In the divine cauldron, there was an almost transparent light, purple, divine fire. This was the nine-heaven purple fire, a kind of divine fire that was even more terrifying than the Truyang fire. Wang Zhaotian directly threw Gu Fei into the nine-heaven divine cauldron, wanting to burn Gu Fei into ashes and destroy him. When they saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged in the nine-heaven divine cauldron, unharmed, Wang Zhaotian and the others couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Even the nine-heaven purple fire couldn't burn this guy to death. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from the nine-heaven divine cauldron. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the sea of fire, letting the nine-heaven purple fire burn his body. The incomparably terrifying nine-heaven purple fire couldn't hurt him at all. On Gu Fei's right arm, the fire Qilin brand was shining, constantly devouring and refining the 9-heaven purple fire in the 9-heaven divine cauldron. The aura of a divine beast spread out from the 9-heaven divine cauldron. This made the people in the Wang family outside the 9-heaven divine cauldron look at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The fire Qilin that Gu Fei subdued was devouring the 9-heaven purple fire in the 9-heaven divine cauldron to strengthen itself. This divine beast cultivation actually showed signs of breaking through to the Beast King realm. Time passed. Gu Fei was trapped in the 9-heaven divine cauldron for a full 3 days. The divine fire in the divine cauldron couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. Instead, it gave the fire Qilin great benefits. This divine beast had successfully broken through to the Beast King realm. Even the heaven-locking divine chains on Gu Fei's body were burned red, and the divine runes inside showed signs of dissipating. This made the people in the Wang family incomparably nervous, and they hurriedly released Gu Fei. Haha, Gu Fei laughed. If fire doesn't work, then we'll poison this guy to death. A Wang family elder roared. Immediately, someone brought over an extremely poisonous item from the Wang family. They directly pried open Gu Fei's mouth and poured the poison into Gu Fei's body. However, Gu Fei acted as if nothing had happened. He even hummed a little tune, causing the experts in the Wang family to be speechless. Wang Zhaotian tried more than 10 different methods, yet he still couldn't kill Gu Fei. This caused everyone in the Wang family to feel incredulous. This guy's divine physique was simply undying. Is it truly the legendary undying divine physique? Wang Zhaotian mumbled to himself. He couldn't help but be moved. If he couldn't kill Gu Fei, the consequences would be dire. Once Gu Fei escaped, the Wang family would no longer have a day of peace. Break into the 9th level of the ice and fire purgatory. Chapter 4110. Unkillable. Yes, no one in the Wang family could do anything to Gu Fei because Gu Fei could not be killed. Whether it was the god-slaying blade that could kill god emperors or the 9 heavens divine furnace that could melt anything, none of them could harm a hair on Gu Fei, not even poison. The Wang family had the most terrifying corpse, rotting poison. When a god emperor fell, their corpses would corrode for countless years before rotting. During this process, the corpses would produce a terrifying poison. Even a god emperor would not dare to touch this kind of corpse-dissolving poison. A tiny bit of it could kill a god king or even a god emperor. However, what stunned the Wang family was that this corpse-dissolving poison, which even a god emperor would not dare to touch, could not do anything to Gu Fei. Gu Fei's divine body could ignore everything. Even the strongest corpse-dissolving poison could not do anything to Gu Fei. The corpse-dissolving poison had been refined. Wang Zhaotian had no choice but to throw Gu Fei back into the 9th level of ice and fire purgatory. You are the first person I've ever seen who came back alive. In the corner of the cell, the mysterious old man stared at Gu Fei and suddenly sighed. Those who were beaten into the 9th level of the ice and fire purgatory would either die or be executed. No one had ever been beaten into the 9th level of the ice and fire purgatory alive. TCH, what's so great about that? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. The Wang family could not kill you? Who are you? The mysterious old man was very curious. One had to know that the Wang family was a super force with a god emperor. Their strength was only second to the 5 strongest forces of the southern divine region. This kind of ancient super family had deep foundations, but they could not kill Gu Fei. This shocked the mysterious old man. Are you a super demon who wreaks havoc in the southern divine region? Or a peerless heretic god who slaughters countless lives and uses them to cultivate? The mysterious old man said in shock. Haha, neither. Gu Fei laughed. Then who are you? The mysterious old man's curiosity was completely piqued. Didn't I say? I'm Gu Fei. Gu Fei shrugged. I don't know him. I've never heard of him. However, someone who was sent to the 9th level of the ice fire purgatory is definitely not a nobody," the mysterious old man said solemnly as he stared at Gu Fei. "You've probably been locked up for too long." Gu Fei said. At this time his breastbone was glowing. He had already seen the various methods of the Wang clan. Now, it was time to let the Wang clan experience his own methods. He circulated the power of eternity contained within his eternal true bone, and as the power of eternity gathered on his sternum, a saber shadow appeared on his ferocious bone. The mysterious old man suddenly sensed an aura that made even his soul tremble from Gu Fei's body. This caused him to be inexplicably shocked. This aura wasn't very strong, but it made the mysterious old man feel suffocated. Boom! In the next moment, a strong wave of divine power rushed out of the mysterious old man's body. A ball of bloody light exploded from his body and enveloped him. However, at the same time, 9 divine seals appeared on the mysterious old man's body and forcefully suppressed the explosive power in his body. Roar! The mysterious old man roared angrily. A bloody gaze shot out of his eyes and was dozens of meters long. "Old geezer blood emperor, you're not dead yet?" Just then, an old voice came from afar. The 9th level of the purgatory was a huge underground space. It was very big, but there weren't many people imprisoned here. Along with the old voice, there was the sound of metal chains colliding. "I'm Blood Emperor. Ha 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 ha, I remember now. I'm the invincible Blood Emperor." The mysterious old man laughed loudly. The entire 9th purgatory shook. "This guy has been imprisoned for too long. Has he gone crazy?" Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Gu Fei thought to himself, "The 9 seals on this guy's body are really impressive." After the Blood Emperor acted ruthlessly for a while, the billowing power that exploded in his body was suppressed by the 9 seals on his body. The Blood Emperor became a skinny old man again. "Old geezer blood, don't waste your energy." The old voice suddenly sighed and said in a deep voice, "Who's that?" Gu Fei was curious. However, he couldn't care less now. The eternal power of the eternal real bone had reached a point where it had to be used. Slash! Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He exerted his strength, and an immortal saber light immediately rushed out of his chest and slashed the heaven-locking god chains that were entangled on his body. Swoosh! Wherever the saber light passed, it was like a knife cutting through tofu. The heaven-locking god chains were broken by the saber light. Then, the saber light disappeared into the void. After Gu Fei used the saber, his face turned pale and he looked exhausted. This was the first time he actively used the power of the eternal real bone. With his current cultivation, it was still a little difficult for him to actively use the power of the eternal real bone. Gu Fei felt like he was about to collapse. At this time, the entire heaven-locking divine chain dimmed and fell from his body, falling to the ground. The old man named Blood Emperor in the corner saw this, and his eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. That was the Wang family's Emperor Divine weapon, the heaven-locking god chains. How could it be destroyed just like that? The Wang family's heaven-locking god chains, God-slaying blade and ice and fire purgatory were famous in the southern divine region. However, the Wang family was about to lose this treasure. Just as Gu Fei used the eternal power to condense the saber aura and slash the heaven-locking god chains, Wang Zhaotian, who was sitting on the peak of a sacred mountain in the Wang family's ancestral grounds, opened his eyes. How is this possible? Wang Zhaotian was in disbelief. He stood up abruptly and took a step forward. In an instant, he appeared in the sky above the ice and fire purgatory. Patriarch is here again. The prison warden who was guarding the ice and fire purgatory hurried over. However, Wang Zhaotian didn't even look at the prison warden as he dashed into the ice and fire purgatory directly. The ice and fire purgatory was a place where the power of ice and fire interweaved. Moreover, it was shrouded in poisonous fog all year round. Even the prison wardens didn't dare to go down there often. Moreover, Even if the prison wardens didn't go down to the purgatory, they had to take anti-poison elixirs every once in a while to avoid being corroded by the poisonous fog. So fast! Gu Fei sat on the ground and was absorbing the surrounding ice and fire essence energy. However, at this moment, he raised his head and saw a figure descending from the sky and landing in front of him. Wang family's son, why aren't you kneeling down and greeting your ancestor? The old man Blood Emperor looked at the person coldly, and there was a crimson light flickering in the depth of his eyes. Humph, a mere blood demon wants me to kneel down? Chapter 4111. Gu Fei used the eternal real bone, condensed the eternal power into a blade light, and cut off the heaven-locking divine chains that were wrapped around his body. However, the heaven-locking divine chains were closely related to Wang Zhaotian, the head of the Wang family. The heaven-locking divine chains were attached to a wisp of his divine consciousness. Hence, Wang Zhaotian rushed over immediately. When Wang Zhaotian saw the two halves of the heaven-locking divine chain beside Gu Fei, he almost went crazy. This guy actually destroyed the Wang clan's supreme treasure. What? Eat my fist! Gu Fei abruptly stood up from the ground. He clenched his right hand and threw a punch at Wang Zhaotian. The violent fist force shook the surrounding space. As Gu Fei punched, the 9th level of purgatory of ice and fire started to shake. Many divine inscriptions appeared in the surrounding void. Every divine inscription released a powerful divine power that suppressed the 9th level of purgatory. Bam! Wang Zhaotian extended his right hand and directly grabbed Gu Fei's fist. Following a muffled sound of impact, Wang Zhaotian's right sleeve was directly shattered and his entire body swayed a little. Wang Zhaotian was shocked. This guy's strength seemed to have increased. How was this possible? Even an emperor god wouldn't be able to cultivate normally after being shackled by the heaven-locking divine chains. Could it be that this guy could still cultivate and increase his cultivation while being shackled by the heaven-locking divine chains? Wang Zhaotian's hand that was grabbing Gu Fei's right fist shook, and a powerful force exploded from his hand. In the next instant, the two figures separated. Wang Zhaotian couldn't help but be shocked, especially since Gu Fei could actually destroy the heaven-locking divine chains. How did he do it? Buzz. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy. He immediately used his eternal fist. Although it was just a starting stance, it caused the surrounding void to shake. An invincible fist intent spread from Gu Fei's body. Seeing that, Wang Zhaotian's pupils involuntarily contracted. He actually couldn't see any flaws in the technique that his opponent had displayed. Was this a kind of supreme, heavenly skill that had no flaws? Kill! Gu Fei struck out with the first fist of the eternal fist. His fist felt as though the heavens and earth were collapsing. The void before his fist directly cracked apart, forming a series of pitch-black spatial cracks. This punch contained all of Gu Fei's comprehension of martial arts. All cultivation methods and secret techniques could not compare to this punch. Damn it! It was difficult for Wang Zhaotian to find an opening, and he had no way of dodging. He could only brace himself and face the attack head-on. His divine ring flew out from the back of his head and blocked the attack. The divine ring released an extremely powerful ripple of divine power, which instantly collided with Gu Fei's fist. Bam! Kacha! Gu Fei stood still like a mountain, but the divine ring that flew out from the back of Wang Zhaotian's head was blasted away. There were many cracks on it, as though it could break at any time. Wang Zhaotian felt as though he was struck by lightning, and he retreated immediately. This little guy is incredible. The skinny old man who called himself Blood Emperor saw the scene, and his eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Wang Zhaotian was an emperor god, and he was only one step away from breaking through the void and ascending to the upper world. How could he be repelled by a punch from this little guy? This guy was only in the true god realm. The fighting power that Gu Fei displayed was too nature-defying. An emperor god is an emperor god after all. Gu Fei sighed. This fellow was actually able to block a punch from him. If it was a divine emperor, this punch of his would probably be able to blast the divine emperor into pieces. An emperor god was the strongest existence in the heaven god realm. With Gu Fei's current cultivation and fighting power, he could only barely fight with one. The strongest fist skill needed the strongest power to activate it. If his power couldn't keep up, no matter how nature-defying Gu Fei's punch was, it would be useless. Boom! Wang Xiaotian was furious. He stomped on the ground and pounced at Gu Fei. As he waved his hands, there were divine blades that slashed at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei's body shook, and a ball of divine light surged from his body. The divine blade, which seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth, directly chopped down on his protective divine light and directly shattered in the void. Heavenly Hand! Gu Fei used his self-created supreme fighting skill. The next moment, a huge hand appeared in the void like an immortal mountain. It pushed forward, and wherever it passed, the void was annihilated and turned into nothingness. Wang Xiaotian was sent flying again. He couldn't believe it. How did this guy become so powerful all of a sudden? Wang Xiaotian didn't expect Gu Fei to have the eternal real bone. It was the strongest real bone that could swallow all the essence in heaven and earth. When he sent Gu Fei into the ice and fire purgatory, it was no doubt that he had thrown Gu Fei into a paradise filled with spiritual energy. To others, the power of ice and fire that contained poison was refined and swallowed by Gu Fei. Wang Xiaotian was sent flying by Gu Fei's heavenly hand. His clothes were tattered, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely pathetic. Then, there were strong figures that descended from the sky. The experts from Wang family had arrived. Blood Emperor, it's time for you to take revenge. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his right hand, and 9 rays of eternal divine light gushed out from his hand and hit the skinny old man instantly. The next moment, the 9 seals on the old man Blood Emperor broke at the same time. Ha ha! The Blood Emperor laughed maniacally, and boundless blood gushed out from his body. His scrawny body expanded like a balloon. In an instant, the scrawny old man turned into a tall and muscular middle-aged man with black hair. The violent fluctuation of power that erupted from Blood Emperor shook heaven and earth. The experts from Wang family saw it, and their faces grew grave. Little brat, thank you. Blood Emperor was extremely excited. He had never expected that he would be able to leave the purgatory alive. Come here. Blood Emperor extended his right hand and grabbed at the group of experts from Wang clan. There was a heaven-devouring power that immediately spread out from his palm. A few experts from Wang family flew up involuntarily and flew towards Blood Emperor's hand. Don't be presumptuous. An elder from Wang family roared in rage and slashed at Blood Emperor with a saber. It was God slaying saber. When there was a saber light, even Blood Emperor had to retreat. Swoosh! The saber light from God-slaying saber slashed past Blood Emperor and left a long mark on the ground. Blood God's shadow! Blood Emperor roared, and his entire body became blurry. There were shadows that appeared in the universe, and it was as though an army had appeared in the boundless crimson light. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. Chapter 41:12. Although Gu Fei was forced into the cycle of reincarnation by the first primogenitor, his flesh, bones, and tendons were all reduced to that of an ordinary mortal. Only his breastbone still retained a trace of eternal divinity. After relentless cultivation, the eternal essence within Gu Fei's breastbone grew stronger and stronger. This was especially so after he devoured the origin energy of heaven and earth in the immortal martial realm. The eternal true bone in his chest had completely recovered. Under the nourishment of eternal energy, Gu Fei's martial body gradually grew stronger and stronger. Every single move he made contained unimaginable strength. Although his cultivation base was only at the mid-stage of the true God realm, his martial body could fight against a divine emperor. The Wang clan's ice and fire purgatory, after being silent for countless years, suddenly started to move again, causing the entire purgatory to tremble. What's going on? The countless prison guards all rushed out in fear. At this moment, the terrifying power of ice and fire gushed out from the purgatory, splitting the entire sky into two different colors. One side of the sky seemed to be on fire. Half of the sky seemed to be covered by endless divine fire. Every inch of the void was filled with divine fire. The terrifying heat spread out, and countless flowers and trees quickly withered and withered. On the other side, the sky was ice blue. A terrifying chill spread out, and the void seemed to condense. Half of the world had turned into a world of ice and snow. The prison guards were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Some of them were instantly enveloped by the divine flames, screaming in pain as they were incinerated into ashes. As for the prison guards on the other side, they were instantly turned into ice sculptures by the surging power of ice, their souls disintegrated. Roar! That prison guard roared in rage and directly soared up into the sky, breaking through the boundless fire chi as he rushed out. The divine light on the prison guard's body shattered unceasingly. That was the final burst of divine light from the prison guard's protective divine treasure. When the final protective treasure was destroyed by the power of ice and fire, the prison guard finally rushed out of the area enveloped by the power of ice and fire. Ha ha ha! All the prison guards were dead, and he was the only one who managed to escape. Naturally, he was overjoyed, but in the next instant, the smile on his face disappeared. How can this be? A horrified expression appeared on the jailer's face. In the next moment, his skin and flesh turned ice blue and shattered in the void. At this time, the Wang family's ancestral land's protective formation had already been activated. A huge ball of divine light directly enveloped the entire area. A dozen or so powerful auras of the divine Tao erupted from various parts of the Wang family ancestral ground as a series of powerful figures emerged, each of them exuding a wisp of imperial qi. These people were either half-step god emperors or the peerless Shin King who carried an emperor weapon. This was the confidence of the Wang family, a total of 15 absolute experts. 6 of them were half-step god emperors. The rest were peak Shin King. The aura that erupted from every single one of the figures was earth-shattering, especially the 6 figures that had ancient divine runes circling around their bodies. It was as if they were divine emperors from the 9 heavens, suppressing the universe all by themselves. 6 such existences appeared at the same time, causing the entire world to become very unstable. Everyone in the Wang family's ancestral ground felt an incomparable pressure. That's great-granduncle. He's still alive. An old man with white hair and beard looked at a white-haired young man in the sky and exclaimed in astonishment. It was a white-haired Shin King. His white robe was fluttering in the wind. Celestial lotuses would appear under his feet with every step he took. An existence like him could shatter a planet with a flick of his finger. Isn't that the legendary old ancestor Wang Xuanji? Someone recognized an old ancestor of the Wang family. He was a middle-aged, half-step god emperor with a tall and muscular build. His divine body was in peak condition. Wang Xuanji was a peerless genius from the Wang family tens of thousands of years ago. He possessed the legendary chaotic divine body and cultivated the primal chaos immortal art. Back then, he had swept across the entire southern divine region. However, even though Wang Xuanji possessed a heaven-defying divine body, he had lost to the other most outstanding genius of the southern divine region at that time. Even to this day, he was still unable to take that half-step to become a god emperor. And the person who defeated Wang Xuanji was the current southern heaven god emperor, Xian Kun. Cough, cough! Wang Xuanji coughed a few times as a trace of redness appeared on his face. After the redness faded, his face appeared to be sickly pale. If that's the case, why would there be such a huge commotion in the ice and fire purgatory? Wang Xuanji seemed to be muttering to himself. Old ancestor, we don't know what happened either. The patriarch has already entered the purgatory. An elder of the Wang family said hurriedly. Wang Xiaotian has entered the purgatory. Wang Xuanji was a little surprised. The patriarch entering the purgatory was no small matter. The prisoners imprisoned in the Wang family's ice and fire purgatory were no ordinary prisoners. Meanwhile, a scarlet dragon and a black dragon were colliding in the sky above the purgatory. The violent power of ice and fire spread in all directions. These two beasts have already fallen for countless years, yet they are still entangled with each other. An old ancestor of the Wang family exclaimed. The scarlet dragon and the black dragon in the sky were not real ancient creatures, but two undying wills. They had been entangled with each other for countless years. Even after their deaths, it still did not end. They were the ancient fire dragon and the frost poison dragon in the ancient era. Both the fire dragon and the frost poison dragon had extremely poisonous dragon breaths. A single breath from them was enough to kill countless living beings. Destroying a city and destroying a country was nothing to these two poison dragons of the primordial era. An adult frost poison dragon could devour the sun and moon. A single breath from them could freeze the galaxy. Roar! At that instant, a beastly roar could be heard coming from deep within the Wang family's ancestral ground. The entire place began to tremble. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from deep within the Wang family's ancestral ground. Even the progenitor of the Wang family, Wang Xuanji, was startled hearing the roar. Following this, the figure of a terrifying beast appeared in the sky. Even it was startled. An elder of the Wang family exclaimed in astonishment. Bang! At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly rang out from the purgatory. The entire ground shook violently as the surrounding mountains collapsed. Dust filled the air as if doomsday had arrived. A blood-colored demonic light burst out from the purgatory and dispersed the two dragon silhouettes in the sky. Blood demon. Wang Xuanji could not help but frown when he sensed the terrifying aura erupting from the purgatory. He was no stranger to this aura. Ha! Wang Xuanji, I know you're here. Do you dare to come down and fight me? An insolent laughter rang out from the purgatory. Why wouldn't I dare? Wang Xuanji chuckled before taking a step forward. He completely ignored the power of ice and fire erupting from the purgatory and appeared in the sky above the purgatory. Profound sky progenitor! The surrounding experts of the Wang family were taken aback when they saw this. At that moment, Wang Xuanji walked straight into the purgatory of ice and fire. Soon, an even more intense wave of divine power spread out from the purgatory. It was obvious that Wang Xuanji and the expert in the purgatory were fighting. At that moment, in the 9th level of the purgatory, Gu Fei threw out one punch after another. The seemingly ordinary fist technique had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. No matter what Wang Xiaotian, the patriarch of the Wang family, used, Gu Fei only had that one punch. It seemed to be the same punch, but it could directly destroy Wang Xiaotian's divine ability and great skill. So what if you're a god emperor? You're just eso. Gu Fei said disdainfully. Although Wang Xiaotian was a god emperor, he was still suppressed by him. This was the embodiment of absolute power. So what if you're a god emperor? As long as I'm strong enough, I can kill you with one punch. You! Wang Xiaotian was shocked and angry, but he couldn't do anything. Gu Fei was too strong. He couldn't do anything to Gu Fei, even with all his divine power. At that moment, Blood Emperor's cultivation was recovering rapidly. A power that wasn't weaker than Wang Xiaotian's erupted from the old man's body. The entire purgatory was shaken by the power that erupted from Blood Emperor's body. If it wasn't for the layers of formations suppressing the entire purgatory, it would have been destroyed long ago. Brother Blood Emperor, can you help me? At that moment, an old voice was heard from afar. Do you want me to let you go? What's in it for me? Blood Emperor laughed hideously. "I know a place with a divine medicine." The voice said. "Divine medicine?" Blood Emperor's eyes lit up. "All right, deal." Then Blood Emperor dashed in the direction where the voice came from. Soon a long roar was heard from afar. The voice soared into the sky and shook the heavens. At the same time, Blood Demon, who was also Blood Emperor, had recovered half of his cultivation. The Blood Emperor was extremely powerful. Although he had only recovered half of his cultivation, the vigorous vital energy and blood that erupted from his body rushed out of purgatory. At that moment, Blood Emperor suddenly felt the aura of an enemy. "Wang Xuanji, do you dare to come down and fight?" Blood Emperor lifted his head and said proudly, "Why not?" A voice was heard from above purgatory. At the next moment, a figure descended from the sky. A strong pressure came down from the sky, and there were pitch-black space cracks in the void. Wang Xuanji, a white-haired old man who looked like a lion, who was standing next to Blood Emperor, looked at the person who had landed in front of them in shock. "Blood Emperor, Lion Emperor, come at me together. Cough, cough." The person looked over in disdain. As he coughed, his face seemed to have turned paler. "Haha, Wang Xuanji, you were severely injured in the battle back then. It seems like you haven't recovered yet. You still dare to be so arrogant in front of us?" Lion Emperor said with a cold smirk. The battle between Wang Xuanji and South Heaven God Emperor back then had shocked the world. Everyone knew about it. "Cut the crap. Come and accept your death." Wang Xuanji placed his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Since you're so eager to die, we'll fulfill your wish." Blood Emperor and Lion Emperor exchanged glances and attacked at the same time. Chapter 41:13. Below the 9th level of the Wang family's purgatory of ice and fire, the Blood Emperor and the Lion Emperor were facing off against Wang Xuanji. 3 powerful energy waves spread out. An entire 9th level of purgatory shook. Cracks appeared on the ground, and ancient divine runes appeared on the ground. The cracked ground was constantly repairing and reforming as if it had never cracked in the first place. The Wang family's purgatory of ice and fire was the best in the southern divine region. The peerless experts of the Wang family would constantly strengthen the purgatory's restrictive spells. For countless years, the purgatory of ice and fire had been covered with countless restrictive spells. Even if a god emperor wanted to destroy this ice-fire purgatory, it would be absolutely impossible. One had to know that the Wang family had an emperor every generation, and they had more than a dozen god-emperor-level formations. Every formation could stop a god-emperor-level expert. Some peerless killing formations could even kill emperors. This was the confidence of the Wang family of the southern divine region. Only those ascenders who shattered the void had the ability to destroy this purgatory. However, ascenders shattered the void and were about to step into the higher realms, so no one would specifically target the Wang family. Also, it had been a long time since anyone in the heavenly god realm had shattered the void and ascended. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Gu Fei rushed over from afar and directly punched Wang Xuanji. The powerful fist force directly collapsed the void, and the countless divine runes that emerged in the void were directly shattered. At this time, the power of Gu Fei's martial body had reached a level where he could compete with a god emperor. It would not be easy for a god emperor to defeat him. When he punched, the heaven and earth shook, and the power even made the world lose color. When one's strength reached a certain level, it would be able to destroy everything in its path. A single punch from Gu Fei was able to destroy all mystic arts. Any divine art, great art, or even formation could not withstand a single blow from absolute power. Seeing Gu Fei's punch, Wang Xuanji couldn't help but be moved. He directly formed a divine seal with his hand and pressed it forward. Roar! An incomparably shocking dragon roar rang out, and a dragon-shaped divine light directly rushed out from the outstanding divine seals in Wang Xuanji's hands, colliding with Gu Fei's fist. This was the secret art of the Wang clan, the Great Dragon Seal. The Wang family had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan and also grasped some of the Dragon Clan's divine abilities. Boom! With a muffled sound, the void between the two suddenly collapsed inward. But in the next moment, the collapsed void suddenly expanded and directly collapsed. A wave of energy spread out from between the two, and a black hole appeared between them. The black hole was surrounded by countless black spatial cracks. The two of them completely ignored the spatial cracks and directly charged at each other. Bam! Boom! Gu Fei and Wang Xuanji exchanged several moves in an instant, and the two figures instantly separated. 3 fist marks appeared on Wang Xuanji's body, while Gu Fei was tightly entangled by a golden dragon, unable to break free for a while. Bam! 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 3 muffled sounds came from Wang Xuanji's body. In the next moment, the place where he was punched had 3 penetrating bloody holes. Wang Xuanji groaned, and his body shook as he took half a step back. Break! At the same time, Gu Fei roared and struggled with all his might. The golden dragon that was entangled on his body broke into a dozen pieces and disappeared into the void. What? Blood Emperor and Lion Emperor were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Your opponent is me. Just then, a furious roar came from the sky. In the next moment, a huge hand slammed down at Gu Fei from the sky. The violent power instantly sealed the area. Gu Fei lifted his head to look at the huge hand that was descending from the sky. He only smiled and didn't dodge. Boom! There was a loud bang and dust flew. Gu Fei was slammed into the ground by the huge hand, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. This Blood Emperor and Lion Emperor were shocked to the extreme when they saw it. They had been imprisoned in the 9th floor of Purgatory for countless years, and their cultivation had been weakened by more than half. Although they could recover to Emperor God realm, they were still incomparable to Wang Zhaotian, who was a beginner Emperor God. Roar! There was a deep roar, and the next moment, the palm-shaped pit exploded and a figure dashed out from it. Gu Fei Dai! Wang Zhaotian was shocked and furious. Gu Fei injured old ancestor Xuanji severely. How is that possible? Ha ha! Gu Fei let out a hearty laugh and instantly retreated. Virum! Countless sword gleams descended from the sky, directly slicing the void where Gu Fei was originally at into countless black spatial cracks. Where are you going? Wang Zhaotian roared and chased after him. Every time he swung his arm, there would be a shocking sword rainbow that dashed out from his hand and slashed forward. Wang Xuanji, you're dead this time. Blood Emperor stared at Wang Xuanji and said with a hideous smile. Gu Fei had injured Wang Xuanji severely. It was a good thing for Blood Emperor and Lion Emperor. Wang Xuanji was once a peerless genius of the southern divine region. He had once fought with southern heaven god Emperor Xian Kuan for the throne. Even though he was not a real god emperor, he was not far from it. Kill! The Lion Emperor made his move immediately. A huge beast rushed out from his body and pounced towards Gu Fei with shocking might. It was a giant lion. The Lion Emperor was a ferocious lion that attained the Tao. 30,000 years ago, this ferocious lion went berserk and directly massacred more than a dozen human cities, killing more than 100 million humans. This alerted the Wang family's patriarch at that time. He was captured and sent to the 9th layer of purgatory of ice and fire for 30,000 years. Although the Wild Lion clan was powerful, the Wang family of that generation had an incredible person who was known as the Emperor of Emperors. He was so powerful that he almost unified the southern divine region. Even Lion Emperor was not a match for the incredible person from the Wang family, let alone the Wild Lion clan. Blade in a thought. With just a thought, Wang Xuanji's entire body actually blossomed with blade light. In the next moment, he instantly transformed into a dazzling ray of blade light that shot towards the Lion Emperor. What? The Lion Arch was taken aback. He only saw the saber light slicing through the void and flashing past his body. His consciousness instantly sank into endless darkness, and he died just like that. Bam! Lion Emperor's body landed heavily on the ground. The next moment, the wild lion revealed his true form. A wild lion that was bigger than a hill appeared in the 9th layer of purgatory. Someone as strong as Lion Emperor could not even take a single slash from Wang Xuanji. Seeing this, Blood Emperor was extremely shocked. Lion Emperor's cultivation was not weaker than his, yet he was killed by Wang Xuanji with a single slash. Wang Xuanji was merely a half-step Emperor God, and he was severely injured by Gu Fei. He even had a hidden injury. However, the fighting power that he displayed shocked even Blood Emperor. The saber light dissipated, and Wang Xuanji's figure appeared. He staggered and almost fell as a stream of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The shocking slash earlier almost condensed all his divine power. "Haha, you are just an arrow at the end of its flight. I want your life." Blood Emperor roared. Boundless crimson sea. Blood Emperor gave it his all and performed his strongest killer move right from the start. Rumble! Boundless crimson light burst out from Blood Emperor's body. Blood Emperor's figure instantly disappeared in the crimson light, and a violent power shrouded the entire universe. It was as though a crimson world had appeared in the universe. The protective formation of the entire 9th layer of purgatory was activated. Huge shadows appeared in the void, and there was a total of 31 of them. This was the sign of the awakening of the power that the ancestors of the Wang family had placed on purgatory. The power of 31 emperor gods gathered together, and it was a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Then Blood Emperor activated Blood God territory with all his might. However, at the very next moment, Wang Xuanji transformed into a blade light and broke through the layers of Crimson Sea. He killed a figure that was hidden in the Crimson Sea. The powerful Blood Emperor had died, just like that. He killed an Emperor God like he was killing a chicken. Such fighting power was really terrifying. The boundless Crimson Sea started to dissipate. The power of Wang Xuanji's Blade of Thought was too nature-defying. It could kill a real Emperor God. Although Lion Emperor and Blood Emperor were strong, they were still killed by his slash. Of course, Lion Emperor and Blood Emperor had been imprisoned in the 9th layer of purgatory for countless years. Their cultivation had been reduced, and they were far from their peak. Humph! Wang Xuanji sneered and opened his mouth. The boundless Crimson Sea immediately gathered towards him, and he swallowed it into his body. Soon, a layer of crimson light appeared on Wang Xuanji's body. The 3 bloody holes that Gu Fei blasted on his body started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky, and with a boom, it directly smashed in front of Wang Xuanji. Wang Xuanji was shocked. He quickly looked and saw that the person who landed in front of him was Wang Zhaotian, the current patriarch of Wang family. Emperor God? Just SOSO. Gu Fei's voice came from the sky. He walked down step by step with his hands behind his back. Wang Xuanji lifted his head to look at Gu Fei, and his pupils contracted. Emperor gods are really nothing, Wang Xuanji said indifferently. At this moment, Gu Fei had already landed in front of Wang Xuanji. You shouldn't have attacked here. Wang Xuanji stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, Is that so? Gu Fei lifted his head to look at the 31 figures in the sky. He was still calm. Looks like you can see it too. I'll send you on your way then, Wang Xuanji said as he gestured with his right hand. The 31 figures in the sky immediately rushed together and turned into an immortal saber light that slashed at Gu Fei. This was a blade condensed from the power of the 31 ancestors of the Wang clan. Even an ascender would be shaken when facing this blade. Under this blade, any emperor-level powerhouse would be killed. Chapter 41:14. Wang family's Wang Xuanji was able to compete with the Southern Heaven God Emperor for the chance to become an emperor. His divine body and talent were naturally unparalleled and heaven-defying. However, the Southern Heaven God Emperor won by half a move and successfully broke through the shackles of cultivation to become a God Emperor. Wang Xuanji, on the other hand, returned with serious injuries. There were even rumors that Wang Xuanji had died in battle. Since then, there seemed to be no news of him in the cultivation world. Wang Xuanji was undoubtedly very unlucky. It was rare for two geniuses with the potential to become emperors to appear in the southern divine region at the same time. In the heavenly god realm, there was a cycle every 3,000 years. In other words, one could only become an emperor every 3,000 years. Because becoming an emperor would cause the heavenly law to become chaotic, it would take 3,000 years for the heavenly law to recover. 3,000 years to become an emperor. 10,000 years to become a hierarch. But now, forget 10,000 years, not even a single hierarch had appeared in 50,000 or 100,000 years. Hierarch Paksu was in existence above God Emperor. He could shatter the void and ascend to the higher realm. In the heavenly God realm, Hierarch Paksu was the strongest existence. At this moment, the surroundings of the Wang family's purgatory of ice and fire were densely packed with people. Banners were fluttering everywhere. It was the Wang family's army. Several million divine soldiers formed a battle formation and surrounded the purgatory. Their murderous intent soared to the sky, and even heaven execution paled. Within the formation of the army of God, huge divine beasts were lying quietly in the void. There was an extremely powerful divine general standing or sitting on each of the divine beasts. This divine army could definitely fight a god emperor. One should know that the power of several million soldiers gathered together was definitely a peerless power. Standing at the front of the divine army were 5 existences shrouded in emperor aura. They were the 5 great half-step god emperors of the Wang family. Their status was second only to the patriarch Wang Xiaotian. However, even Wang Xiaotian had to behave himself in front of these 5 half-step god emperors. He didn't dare to act rashly because these 5 half-step god emperors had the power to fight a god emperor. Moreover, these 5 half-step god emperors had a higher seniority in the Wang family than Wang Xiaotian. Of course, in a cultivation clan that had existed for countless years, seniority was not important. What they valued was power, peerless power. Without power, there would be nothing. Behind the 5 great half-step god emperors stood the 9 great Shin King. These 9 great Shin Kings were all peak Shin Kings. Every single one of them was a domineering existence that could sweep away an entire region. The heritage of the Wang family was more than that. In the depths of the Wang family's ancestral land, there was a powerful creature that even Wang Xuanji would be moved by. The reason why the Wang family of the southern divine region had been able to survive for so many years was not because of luck, but because of true strength. Only with great strength could the Wang family continue to exist. The disturbance in the ice and fire purgatory alarmed all the experts in the Wang family's ancestral land. What happened in purgatory? Among the 5 half-step god emperors, the leader was an old man with a stocky build. He was extremely ferocious as he stared at purgatory in front of him and said solemnly. He was like an ancient beast with a violent and powerful force hidden in his body. If this force were to explode, it would be able to destroy the world. It seems to be related to a person called Gu Fei. A masked woman in white said. She was the only female half-step god emperor of the Wang family, Wang Xan. Gu Fei? Who is it? Is there another peerless devil in the southern divine region? The old man frowned and said, even if there was a devil in the southern divine region, it should not be the Wang family's turn to take action. The southern divine region was currently the world of the 5 superforces. If there was any danger in the southern divine region, it would be the 5 superforces problem. Reporting to old ancestor. That is just a god that Lord Patriarch used the heaven-locking divine chains to capture. An elder of the Wang family carefully stood out and said, "What?" The 5 half-step god emperors were shocked. They could kill a puny god with a single breath. They could destroy his human Tao with a single thought. Patriarch Wang Zhaotian was a god emperor. Patriarch actually had to use the heaven-locking divine chains to capture that person? How could this be possible? It was too unbelievable. That is not an ordinary god. It is the legendary, undying god. The elder's voice trembled with nervousness as he spoke. Undying god. The 5 half-step god emperors were shocked again. Since ancient times, there were legends of undying gods in the heavenly god realm. However, no one had ever seen an undying god. Some people thought that it was just a legend. Were there really undying gods in this world? Even a god emperor could fall, let alone a true god? A true god was the lowest level of god in the heavenly god realm. The legendary undying god broke the iron law of cultivation in the heavenly god realm. As a true god, he was invincible in the heavenly god realm and defeated all god emperors. If Hierarch Paksu did not appear, who could compete with him? Is he really an undying god? How is this possible? This is just a legend. The 5 half-step god emperors did not believe it. They thought it was just a legend. Legends were illusory. Most of them were groundless and could not be trusted. Boom! Just as everyone was in shock, a fist broke through the 9 levels of purgatory and punched out. The violent power spread out, and in the next moment, the entire purgatory was collapsing. One after another, the 9 levels of purgatory collapsed in the void. This was an indestructible punch. Anything that stood in front of the fist would be destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The 5 half-step god emperors and the higher-ups of the Wang family were stunned. The ice and fire purgatory that had existed for countless years was actually going to be destroyed by a punch from the inside? Even if a peak god emperor attacked with his full strength, it was impossible to destroy this purgatory. Moreover, the power of a peak god emperor might not be able to produce such a powerful punch. At the same time, a figure flew out from the collapsing purgatory. He was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. He was coughing blood nonstop. Mysterious sky ancestor? When the Wang family's elders saw that person, they couldn't help being startled. So this is how powerful Blade Thought is. A voice was heard. Then a figure walked out from the collapsing purgatory step by step with his hands behind his back. He was surrounded by 2 god orbs. He was none other than Gu Fei. Wang Xuanji drew upon the power of purgatory to unleash that earth-shattering slash and directly chopped at Gu Fei's chest. The invincible blade light that seemed to be able to slash through everything actually disappeared in an instant. That was a slash that gathered the power of over 30 ancestors of the Wang family. How could this guy break it just like that? Only Wang Xuanji knew how powerful and terrifying his slash was. He could even kill the Southern Heaven God Emperor with a single slash. However, this slash of his could not even deal with a true god. Undying god. These words suddenly popped up in Wang Xuanji's mind. However, before he could think further, Gu Fei had already sent him flying out from the 9 levels of purgatory. The entire ice and fire purgatory was shattered by the punch. What was invincible? This was invincible. At this moment, Gu Fei stood in the air with his hands behind his back. 2 dragon orbs were flying around him. One of them was like a divine sun in the sky, emitting blazing fire elemental energy. The other god orb was emitting chilling yin energy. The space around the god orb seemed to have frozen. The power of ice and fire collided, causing the entire world to tremble. It's the dragon orbs of the 2 primordial evil dragons. One of the half-emperors of the Wang family, Wang Xian, exclaimed, "He's not afraid of the poison of ice and fire." The other half-emperor of the Wang family stared at Gu Fei and exclaimed in astonishment. One had to know that even they did not dare to get too close to the 2 primordial evil dragons in the 9th level of purgatory. Boom! At this moment, a blade of light descended from the sky and ruthlessly slashed at the light barrier that enveloped the entire Wang family's ancestral ground. A violent energy exploded, causing the entire light barrier to shake violently. Countless diagrams emerged on the light barrier and interweaved into ancient divine diagrams. They gathered a great amount of divine energy and blocked the blade of light. "Boss, I'm here to save you." A loud shout resounded. In the distant sky, a fat man in a Taoist robe appeared. He carried a big halberd and stood on the clouds, looking majestic. This guy was the weirdo that Gu Fei had met before, the fatty who claimed to be the lord of the divine realm. This guy, Gu Fei glanced at the fatty and did not say anything. However, his eyes lit up. This damn fatty really dared to attack the ancestral ground of the Wang family. He was really courageous. "Someone go and kill him." The old man, Wang Wei, stared at the fatty and said in a deep voice, "I'll go." A young Shin king among the 9 Shin kings walked out. "Be careful." Wang Wei glanced at the Shin king and said, "Yes, ancestor." The Shin king nodded and said. Then he opened the great formation that protected the ancestral ground and walked out. "Little guy, you've got guts. You actually dared to cause trouble in the ancestral ground of the Wang family." The Shen king stared at the fatty and said with a hideous smile. A powerful emperor's aura spread out from his body, making it hard for everyone to breathe. "Tisk, it's just a small cultivation family. If my cultivation can recover to its peak, I can destroy your Wang family with one slap." The fatty said disdainfully, "Is that so? I don't know if you can destroy my Wang family, but I know that you're going to die soon." The Shen king stared at the fatty and said coldly, "Haha, bring it on then." The fatty, who carried the big halberd, laughed and said, "Go to hell." The celestial emperor was enraged. He immediately sent a palm strike at the fatty. His powerful divine strength crushed everything in his way. It was terrifying. The fatty sneered and shook the big halberd in his hand. A force immediately burst out from the big halberd in his hand. Boom! The two forces collided. It was like two divine suns colliding. It was like the end of the world. Chapter 41:15. The Wang family had 6 half-emperors and 9 peak Shin King experts. This was a powerful force that could sweep the entire southern divine region, not to mention the millions of soldiers in the Wang family. There were probably only a few god emperors in the entire southern divine region who dared to attack the Wang family's ancestral land. However, today, a fatty carrying a large halberd attacked the Wang family's ancestral land. With a swing of the halberd, heaven and earth shook, and one of the peak Shin King experts of the Wang family was directly sent flying. When I was dominating the heavenly god realm, the ancestors of the Wang family were still playing in the mud somewhere. Wang family's little bastard dared to capture my boss. I will destroy the Wang family today. The fatty's momentum was like a rainbow. He took a step forward and instantly arrived above the Wang family's ancestral land. Then he raised the halberd and smashed it at the Wang family's ancestral land's protective formation with all his strength. Boom! With a loud noise, the protective formation that enveloped the entire Wang family's ancestral land immediately shook violently. Countless formation patterns appeared in the void and interweaved into ancient diagrams. Countless diagrams blocked the fatty's attack. However, even so, the Wang family's upper echelons were still shocked. At this time, an ancestor-level existence of the Wang family was attacking Gu Fei. A yellow dragon pounced directly at Gu Fei, as if a real dragon had appeared between heaven and earth. Roar! The gigantic dragon roared and swiped at Gu Fei with its huge dragon claw, shattering the void in the area. Humph! Gu Fei's right hand moved, and an immortal sword light directly soared into the sky, cutting the dragon in half and then dissipating in the void. This is Wang family's ancestor. Wang Wei couldn't help but be moved when he saw Gu Fei's sword. You, especially Wang Xuanji, his eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. Wasn't this the profound meaning of his blade Tao with a thought? The difference was that he could form a blade with a thought, while Gu Fei could form a sword with a thought. After the immortal sword light destroyed the giant dragon that Wang Wei had conjured, its momentum did not diminish. In an instant, it arrived in front of Wang Wei. The cold sword qi could penetrate the bones and marrow. Even someone as strong as Wang Wei would die if he was struck by Gu Fei's sword. Wang Wei roared. He directly shattered the void and rushed into the chaos. However, Gu Fei's sword light followed closely like a shadow, directly breaking through the void and slashing into the chaos. Everyone who witnessed this scene was inexplicably shocked. "What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" Wang Xuanji roared at the experts of the Wang family. He himself turned into a blade light and slashed at Gu Fei. The experts of the Wang family were jolted awake by Wang Xuanji's roar, and they all took action at once. In an instant, the place where Gu Fei was directly shattered, and even the chaotic qi was beaten out. With so many experts attacking at the same time, this force was extremely powerful. "He's still not dead." The experts of the Wang family were all shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. However, in the next moment, all the experts of the Wang family who attacked turned pale with fright. They saw a mass of divine light emerge, and then endless power of the divine way directly converged toward that mass of divine light. "What's going on?" Wang Wei, Wang Xian, and the others were inexplicably shocked. No one could block the attack launched by the experts of the Wang family. Even Hierarch Pasu would not dare to take it head-on. However, Gu Fei did not dodge or evade and let this terrifying force hit him. Then, the experts of the Wang family were all dumbfounded. Even the void was shattered, and the chaotic qi was beaten out, but Gu Fei was still unscathed. His sternum turned into a bottomless black hole, crazily devouring all the power around him. Gu Fei only felt that his whole body was swelling up. The power devoured by the eternal real bone was so huge that it was comparable to half of the source power of heaven and earth. Wang Xuanji was sent flying again, and he kept coughing up blood. The other experts of the Wang family were all sent flying, including Wang Xuanji and the 6 great half-emperors. Xin King, one of the 8 pinnacle half-emperors, directly vomited blood. As for Shen King and Divine King of the Wang family, they were even more miserable. The weaker ones were directly devoured into dried corpses, and the smarter ones hid in the surrounding battle formations. Rumble, the battle formation formed by millions of soldiers, was activated, forming a powerful force field that enveloped everything in the battle formation. Those experts of the Wang family who hid in the battle formation were lucky enough to survive and escape the disaster. The power gathered by the battle formation was unimaginably strong. "Kill!" With a roar, Wang Wei directly rushed into a battle formation. In the next moment, he drew the power of the battle formation to his body, and he was like an undying god of war with earth-shattering might. "What undying god? Go to hell!" Wang Wei roared crazily, attacking with all his might like a madman. However, with a snap of Gu Fei's fingers, Wang Wei exploded. His body and soul were directly destroyed, and his Yuan Qi was directly devoured by the eternal real bone. At this time, the fatty and one of the 9 Shin King, Wind Emperor Wang Tianhu, started fighting. Wang Tianhu was incomparably strong, but after exchanging a few moves, he was killed by the fatty. With the divine halberd in his hand, the fatty seemed to have changed into a different person. He could actually swing the halberd to slash at Shin King. If this fatty had such powerful battle strength before, he wouldn't have been scared off by Wang Zhaotian. "Boss is mighty!" Seeing Gu Fei display his invincible might and actually beat the experts of the Wang family into a mess, the fatty couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. The protective formation that enveloped the Wang family's ancestral land was also shaking. Gu Fei's entire body was madly devouring the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the area. The heaven and earth spiritual energy that that the Wang family's ancestral land had accumulated for countless years was being devoured by Gu Fei in a predatory manner. Such a huge amount of essence was refined into his body by Gu Fei, and the aura that erupted from Gu Fei's body became even more powerful. The aura of eternity was vast and mighty. The other bone bodies also showed signs of transforming into the eternal real bone, which surprised and delighted Gu Fei. If his martial body could completely transform into the eternal God body, that would be the true undying God body. Rumble. At this time, in the sky above the Wang family's ancestral land, a battle formation formed by over 100,000 soldiers directly pressed down on Gu Fei. Kill. Over 100,000 soldiers roared at the same time, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. They simultaneously raised the spears in their hands, and in the next moment, the power of the battle formation madly converged, turning into a sky-piercing spear, directly piercing towards Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's surroundings seemed to have become another world. The sky-piercing spear, formed by the power of over 100,000 soldiers, suddenly disappeared without a trace in front of him. What? Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Any attack was useless against Gu Fei. At this time, he was invincible, and all the power of those who attacked him was devoured by him. Everyone in the Wang family was desperately instilling primordial qi into Gu Fei. Even if Gu Fei did not want it, he had no choice. What should we do now? The experts of the Wang family were stunned, and Wang Zhaotian was even more dumbfounded. He never thought that Gu Fei could be so powerful. At this time, Wang Zhaotian, the patriarch of the Wang family, regretted bringing this killer back to the Wang family's ancestral land. This was simply the rhythm of courting death. Damn it! Wang Zhaotian stared at Gu Fei, watching the experts of the Wang family being killed one by Gu Fei. His eyes were red, and he directly burned his natal divine energy to fight with Gu Fei. Wang Zhaotian was shrouded in divine flame. He directly pounced on Gu Fei, and a violent wave of divine power burst out from his body. Patriarch, when the other experts of the Wang family saw this scene, some of them burst into tears. Retreat. That female expert of the Wang family, DXN, was shocked and shouted hastily. Countless experts of the Wang family immediately fled in all directions. In the next moment, Wang Zhaotian, like a meteorite falling from the sky, fiercely collided with the protective divine light of Gu Fei. Boom! With a loud bang, Wang Zhaotian, the patriarch of the Wang family, exploded. The terrible power of destruction spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was directly torn apart and obliterated. Some of the disciples of the Wang family who could not escape in time were directly swept into the mighty energy storm, directly torn to pieces, their bodies and souls destroyed. Even a battle formation was drowned by the destructive storm. The entire battle formation exploded in the end, and countless soldiers of the Wang family turned into blood mist. Hundreds of thousands of living creatures died just like that. In an instant, the universe was filled with blood, and the sun and moon lost their light. It was as though doomsday had arrived. It was extremely terrifying. Sigh. Gu Fei sighed. This was not what he wanted to see. The people of the Wang family were really courting death. They actually sent themselves to death. Wang Zhaotian actually wanted to drag Gu Fei along with him to self-destruct. He wanted to use such a method to kill Gu Fei. In the end, the disciples of the Wang family suffered. The power of destruction spread over 1,000 miles. With the Wang family's purgatory as the center, the area within 1,000 miles turned into a desert. Everything was erased from the ground. This was the horror of the self-destruction of an emperor god, an early-stage emperor god. The ancestral land of the Wang family was protected by the formation, but a small part of it was still destroyed. When Wang Xian and the others saw this scene, their hearts were bleeding. Wang Zhaotian died, the old ancestor-level existence. Wang Wei also died. One of the Pixin king was killed by Fatty, and Wang Xuanji was half crippled. There were also hundreds of thousands of soldiers. In fact, it was Wang Zhaotian who killed them. However, in the eyes of the Wang family, everything was blamed on Gu Fei. Gu Fei was also helpless. This was Wang Zhaotian sending himself to death. This battle could no longer continue. Wang Xian led the group of experts of the Wang family to surrender. They had no choice but to surrender. If they did not surrender and fought to the end, the Wang family might be annihilated. The existence in the depths of the Wang family's ancestral land actually did not make a sound at this time. This made Wang Xian and the others very depressed. At the crucial moment, that existence actually did not make a move. Gu Fei's combat strength was shocking. With the strength of one person, he shocked the entire Wang family. This was one person suppressing an entire family. Moreover, it was a big family like the Wang family. When the news spread, the whole world was shocked. That guy. Chapter 41:16. Gu Fei single-handedly suppressed an entire clan and forced the Wang family to surrender. Swoosh! Dozens of divine lights rushed out from Gu Fei's hand and directly entered the bodies of the Wang family's upper echelons. The upper echelons of the Wang family were all terrified. They knew very well that from now on, they were Gu Fei's servants. Their bodies were sealed, and they could not betray him even if they wanted to. If they wanted to live, they could only obediently submit to Gu Fei and not have any thoughts of rebellion. Other than ancestor Wang Wei, who was killed by Gu Fei, and Wang Zhaotian, the other half-emperors of the Wang family, did not die. Wang Xuanji was crippled by Gu Fei, so it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak state. 6 half-emperors, 1 dead and 1 crippled. The other 4 were also seriously injured. The biggest blow to the Wang family was the death of Wang Zhaotian. One had to know that Wang Zhaotian was the god emperor of the Wang family. With him around, no one would dare to touch the Wang family. Now that he was dead, the great forces of the southern divine region would probably be restless, especially the 5 great forces of the southern divine region. They had long wanted to take action against the Wang family. The Wang family's foundation was too deep, and they had an emperor like Wang Zhaotian. In the future, the 6th great force of the southern divine region would appear. This was something even the southern heaven god emperor did not want to see. The Wang family and the southern heaven god emperor had formed an alliance. Both sides were scheming against each other. The southern heaven god emperor wanted to use the Wang family to sweep across the southern divine region and become the supreme ruler of the southern divine region. However, the Wang family was not willing to be used. The southern heaven god emperor was still wary of the Wang family, so he could not do anything to them. But now it was different. Who wouldn't want to take a bite out of the Wang family? Boss, you're too awesome. You can suppress an entire clan by yourself. Even I, the realm master, can't do that for now. In the Wang family's ancestral hall, Fatty was lying on a chair with his legs crossed. He was lazily eating a special divine fruit from the Wang family's ancestral ground. This heavenly dragon fruit is one of the best in the southern divine region. Only the Wang family has a heavenly dragon divine tree in their ancestral grounds. Normally, just a whiff of this fruit would increase one's lifespan by dozens of years. Fatty tossed one dragon-shaped, divine fruit after another into his mouth. The higher-ups of the Wang family felt their hearts ache when they saw this. The heavenly dragon fruit was the treasure of the Wang family. One heavenly dragon fruit could create an expert with a heavenly dragon divine body. There were dozens of fruits on the plate beside the plate. Even the higher-ups of the Wang family were reluctant to eat it. Gu Fei smiled. This kind of divine fruit was not worthy of his attention. After all, there were countless heaven-defying divine medicines in his inner world. Gu Fei looked at the plate of dragon-shaped divine fruits at the side. He even had the immortal divine medicine, so he didn't even have the thought of eating a mere heavenly dragon fruit. On the other hand, the people of the heavenly god realm treated this kind of divine fruit as a treasure. Go and find Yang Yiqian for me. If he's dead, you don't need to come back. Gu Fei said to the experts of the Wang family lying on the floor. Yes, master. The higher-ups of the Wang family were terrified. They didn't know who Yang Yiqian was, but since their master had asked them to find him, they would find him even if they had to turn the entire southern divine region upside down. Yang Yiqian was currently living a miserable life. After the elder of the Southern Heaven Divine Palace, Yuan Aocang, was captured from the southern Kuan ancient city, he had been hiding from the Wang family and the Southern Heaven Divine Palace. I'm really in deep trouble because of that bastard Gu Fei. Yang Yiqian hid in a small city in the Wang family's territory. He raised his head and looked at the divine sun in the sky. He let out a sigh. He had no idea how long he would have to live like this. It was noon. He stood in the shadow of a house. It was a secluded alley. Yang Yiqian took out a fruit and ate it. The disciples of the Black Dragon from the Southern Heaven Divine Palace were hot on his trail. He was almost caught a few times. He was only in the advanced stage of the true God realm. This time, the Southern Heaven Divine Palace sent out a God King to hunt him down. It was another God King level elder of the Southern Heaven Divine Palace, the Black Dragon Elder. The Black Dragon Elder was not alone, but a group of people. The Black Dragon Elder was actually the weakest elder in the Southern Heaven Divine Palace. He was either an early stage or mid-stage God King. Above the Black Dragon Elder was the Golden Dragon Elder, and the highest was the Purple Dragon Elder. The Purple Dragon Elder was the Shun King, a mid-stage Shin King. Over here, Yang Yiqian had only taken a few bites of the fruit in his hand when a figure rushed into the alley. Damn it! Yang Yiqian threw away the remaining half of the fruit in his hand and stretched out his right hand. A divine spear immediately appeared in his hand, shrouded in divine light. At this time, figures flashed, and 3 more Black Dragon disciples entered the alley. These 4 Black Dragon disciples blocked the front and back alleys. Humph, run. Why aren't you running anymore? A disciple in black armor stared at Yang Yiqian and said with a hideous smile, Is this how the people of the Southern Heaven Divine Palace behave? Ganging up on people? Yang Yiqian glanced at these people and sneered. What did you say? Among the 4 disciples, the face of the Black Dragon disciple, who was the leader of the group, immediately darkened. Did I say something wrong? Yang Yiqian said disdainfully, Provoking us won't do you any good. Another disciple of the Southern Heaven Divine Palace said coldly, So what if I provoke you? Are you going to let me go? Yang Yiqian said indifferently, Let you go, stop dreaming. The leading disciple said with a sneer. Their elder had already given the order to capture Yang Yiqian at all costs. Even if they couldn't capture him alive, they still wanted to see his corpse. Then what's the point of talking so much? Come at me together. Yang Yiqian's battle intent surged. He wasn't one of those who only knew how to hide in a corner and cultivate. He wasn't lacking in battle experience. If his aura was weak right from the start, he would definitely lose. There was only one outcome, death. Whether he was captured or killed in battle, he would still die in the end. Haha, boss, he asked us to attack together. A disciple of the Black Dragon said to the leader of the group with a laugh, He's just a great perfection, true God. I'll capture him. Another muscular disciple of the Black Dragon stepped forward. Be careful. The leading Black Dragon disciple said, Don't worry, boss. How could this guy be my opponent? The disciple was very confident. As he spoke, he strode towards Yang Yiqian. Streaks of lightning emerged from his body. Those streaks of lightning were like silver snakes coiling around his body. A destructive aura spread out from his body. Lightning Dao cultivation technique. Heavenly lightning divine physique. Yang Yiqian's eyes narrowed. Yang Yiqian die. Chapter 41:17. When Gu Fei first arrived in the heavenly god realm, Yang Yiqian was now in a miserable state. He was being chased by the Wang family and the Nantian Divine Palace. Even though he fled to a remote and desolate place, he still couldn't shake off the Black Dragon disciples of the Nantian Divine Palace. He originally wanted to hide in a small city for a while, but the Black Dragon disciples of the Nantian Divine Palace caught up to him and blocked him in a small alley in the city. Yang Yiqian never expected that the one who attacked him among the 4 Black Dragon disciples was actually a guy with the Heavenly Thunder divine body. In the Heavenly God realm, the divine body was the foundation of cultivation. The Heavenly Thunder divine body was also a very famous divine body in the Heavenly God realm. The person stretched out his right hand, and immediately 5 lightning bolts pierced towards Yang Yiqian. Although each lightning bolt was only the size of a finger, each of them emitted a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. Kill! Yang Yiqian roared and pushed off with both feet. His entire body shot towards the Black Dragon disciple like an arrow. He allowed the 4 lightning bolts to strike his body, but the battle spear in his hand was already in front of the person. The person was startled and hurriedly dodged. However, the battle spear in Yang Yiqian's hand still pierced through his left chest. What? The other 3 Black Dragon disciples couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. Wah! Yang Yiqian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured by the 5 lightning bolts, but the other party's injuries were worse than his. Kill him! The leading Black Dragon disciple roared and fiercely pounced towards Yang Yiqian. The other Black Dragon disciples couldn't care less and also pounced towards Yang Yiqian. After Yang Yiqian injured the guy with the Heavenly Thunder divine body, he didn't even bother with the battle spear and directly charged towards another Black Dragon disciple. That person was taken aback. Yang Yiqian's reckless fighting style really shocked these people to no end. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Black Dragon disciple was directly pushed back by Yang Yiqian and directly crashed through the wall. Yang Yiqian, on the other hand, directly charged forward. Preposterous! When the Black Dragon disciple in the lead saw this, he was both shocked and furious. Die! He directly blasted a palm towards Yang Yiqian, who was in front of him. The violent palm force immediately enveloped the void in front of him, and a huge palm instantly blasted towards Yang Yiqian's back. Yang Yiqian threw a backhand punch. Bam! A muffled sound rang out, and a powerful energy wave spread out from between the two of them. The alley collapsed, and the houses within a radius of 1,000 feet also collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky. At this moment, Yang Yiqian borrowed the force of the palm of the leading Black Dragon disciple and flew out like he was riding on a cloud before landing in the city. Boom! Yang Yiqian directly smashed a house and fell into the ruins. In the next moment, he shook off the bricks on his body and rushed out. Little guy, let's see where else you can run to. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. Oh no, it's a God King. When Yang Yiqian heard this voice, he couldn't help but be shocked. In the heavenly divine world, only existences with cultivation of God King and above could fly. Needless to say, the person in the sky must be the Black Dragon Elder from the Southern Heaven Divine Palace who led the team to hunt him down. The Black Dragon Elder from the Southern Heaven Divine Palace was a powerful early stage or mid-stage God King. How could he be a match for a God King? He wasn't a freak like Gu Fei. In the next moment, a powerful pressure descended from the sky and landed on Yang Yiqian's body. At the same time, a huge hand broke through the clouds in the sky and grabbed at Gu Fei. I'm dead this time. Yang Yiqian was shocked and angry at the same time. He closed his eyes and waited for death. However, a cry suddenly came from the sky. Then he felt his body relax, and the pressure that descended from the sky disappeared. He looked up and saw that the huge hand had also disappeared. High up in the sky, there were 2 figures moving at high speed. Powerful divine energy, fluctuations erupted from them. Wang Jin, what are you doing? The Black Dragon Elder shouted angrily. The Southern Heaven Divine Palace was in an alliance with the Wang clan. Wang Jin must have taken the wrong medicine to fight with his life on the line. I'm taking this guy. The god king named Wang Jin said as he attacked. "He's our prey." The black dragon elder didn't budge an inch. "Then let's fight." Wang Jin didn't want to waste his breath on this guy. He was already frustrated enough and had nowhere to vent his anger. This was the perfect time to vent his anger on this guy. Everyone in the Wang clan felt the same way. However, the Black Dragon Elder obviously hadn't received the news that the Wang clan was defeated by a single person. At this moment, Yang Yiqian wanted to escape while the two god kings were fighting in the sky. However, just as he was about to escape, he was surrounded by the Southern Heaven Divine Palace's Black Dragon disciples who had rushed out from all over the city. Yang Yiqian fell into despair upon seeing this. He was severely injured and was surrounded by so many Black Dragon disciples. How could he possibly escape? At this moment, more than a dozen figures rushed out from the surroundings. These people directly pounced towards the Black Dragon disciples. What? The Black Dragon disciples of the Southern Heaven Divine Palace were shocked upon seeing this. Is the Wang clan trying to break the alliance and declare war against the Southern Heaven Divine Palace? The Black Dragon Elder in the sky roared at Wang Jin. He waved his hands, and black rays burst out from his hands, piercing through Wang Jin's body. Each of the black rays emitted a chilling aura. With a single punch, Wang Jin directly shattered the 5 rays of black light. Then, with a point of his finger, a dazzling sword ray immediately rushed out from his finger and instantly pierced through the Black Dragon Elder's face. So fast! The Black Dragon Elder dodged to the side without hesitation. However, the finger glow still pierced through the Black Dragon Elder's left shoulder. The Black Dragon Elder was enraged, but his opponent's cultivation was higher than his. He had no chance of winning if he continued to fight. He glared at Wang Jin before turning around and leaving. The Black Dragon disciples who were fighting against the Wang clan cultivators had no choice but to retreat as well when they saw their elder retreating. Kill. The people of the Wang clan chased after the Black Dragon disciples of the Southern Heaven Divine Palace energetically. The people of the Southern Heaven Divine Palace retreated as they fought. After leaving behind a few corpses, they escaped from the city and disappeared into the mountains outside. Follow me. Chapter 41:18. As the guide for Gu Fei when he ascended to the divine world, Yang Yiqian was undoubtedly very lucky. It could be said that it was his good fortune. Rumble, a golden beast claw the size of a hill, descended from the sky and grabbed Yang Yiqian, who was about to be captured by the disciples of the Nantian Divine Palace, before flying into the sky. Yang Yiqian was caught in the beast's claws, and he felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. It was extremely uncomfortable. The divine king of the Wang family, Wang Jin, had done this on purpose. Gu Fei had single-handedly suppressed the entire Wang family, causing the entire Wang family to submit to Gu Fei. Naturally, Wang Jin was displeased and fearful. He did not dare to be displeased with Gu Fei, but he was willing to let Yang Yiqian, the person whom Gu Fei was looking for, suffer. In the heavenly world, true God realm cultivators could not fly in the sky. Only those who had reached the divine king realm could soar into the sky and roam the 9 heavens. Although Wang Jin was an intermediate god king, his flying speed was not very fast, but he could still travel 100 li in an instant. He wanted to return to the Wang clan's ancestral ground as soon as possible to find Yang Yiqian. Gu Fei was very fair with his rewards and punishments. Since he had found Yang Yiqian, he had to go and claim his reward. However, it was a remote village after all, far away from the prosperous areas, and even further from the Wang clan's ancestral ground. Wang Jin could only head to the nearest city and return to the ancestral ground through a teleportation formation. The city he was in earlier did not even have a teleportation formation. Wang Jin's idea was undoubtedly good, but he had forgotten about the experts of the Nantian Divine Palace. Bang! Just as Wang Jin arrived above a mountain ridge, a beam of divine light descended from the sky and directly bombarded him. A violent destructive force spread out. An entire world seemed like it was going to be penetrated. Wang Jin was shocked. In the next moment, the illusionary figure of a golden dragon emerged from his body. The golden dragon looked extremely real, as if a real nine heavens golden dragon had appeared between the heavens and earth. A powerful dragon aura burst out from Wang Jin's body. All the birds and beasts in the mountain range fell to the ground in fear, trembling all over. The Wang family possessed the heavenly dragon divine tree, and the heavenly dragon fruit it bore could change the physique of the Wang family's disciples, allowing them to awaken their true dragon bloodline. Wang Jin had awakened the golden dragon bloodline. At this moment, the power of his bloodline erupted. The beam of divine light that descended from the sky was like a heavenly pillar that smashed into Wang Jin's protective golden dragon. The huge golden dragon was blasted down from the sky and smashed into the ground. The entire mountain range below was smashed into pieces. The entire region collapsed, and dust rose high into the sky. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Yang Yiqian, who was caught by the beast's claw, felt his body tremble. He was almost torn to shreds, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, who ambushed me?" Wang Jin soared into the sky and arrived high above. "Ha ha!" At this moment, loud laughter suddenly rang out. The sound came from all directions, as if countless people were laughing at the same time. What Wang Jin was shocked. Even he couldn't sense the person's exact location. The mysterious person's aura was everywhere. Was that the person's real body? God King Thousand Illusions? Wang Jin suddenly thought of a person and was shocked again. In the Nantian Divine Palace, there was a mysterious existence known as God King Thousand Illusions. No one knew if this person was a man or a woman, nor had anyone seen his true appearance. Some people said that this person could split into thousands of clones, while others said that this person was just a trickster and there was no need to fear him. However, this person was a God King after all. "Wang Jin, accept your death obediently, and I will give you a quick death. How about that?" The voice rang out again. It was still coming from all directions. The voice was neither a man nor a woman, and it sounded very uncomfortable. "Trickster, you might be able to bluff others, but you can't bluff me. Come out and fight if you have the guts." Wang Jin said coldly. He had already released his spiritual force, but he still couldn't find where the person was hiding. "In that case, I will let you have a taste of what it means to wish you were dead." The person's voice suddenly turned cold. "Bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" Golden dragon divine power surged from Wang Jin's body, and a huge protective dragon shadow appeared on his body. The aura of a true dragon that looked down on the world caused heaven and earth to pale in comparison. However, in the next moment, Wang Jin's body shook as if a breeze had blown past. In the next moment, countless bloody scars appeared on his face. Then his entire body shattered into countless pieces of flesh. The beast claw that was grabbing Yang Yiqian also fell from the sky. Roar! In the next moment, a ball of divine light wrapped around a figure the size of a finger and rushed out from the blood lump. It was trying to escape. It was Wang Jin's primordial spirit. However, a huge hand reached out from the void and grabbed the ball of divine light. "Throw your primordial spirit into the Yin fire and refine your soul for 10,000 years. A blurry figure appeared out of thin air. He looked at Wang Jin's primordial spirit in his hand and sneered. "Is that so?" At that moment, a spiritual force rippled out from Wang Jin's primordial spirit. In the next moment, the figure's hand that grabbed Wang Jin's primordial spirit shook. Wang Jin's primordial spirit flew out. Then, a figure appeared without any warning. He held Wang Jin's primordial spirit and looked at the mysterious figure with a faint smile. Master, save me." Wang Jin's primordial spirit said in horror. He was truly frightened out of his wits. One had to know that if God King Thousand Illusions really threw his primordial spirit into the Een fire to refine his soul for 10,000 years, it would be a fate worse than death. Who are you? God King Thousand Illusions stared at the figure holding Wang Jin's primordial spirit and said coldly, Me? Someone you can't afford to offend. The figure said indifferently. He was Gu Fei. To be precise, he was a divine will incarnation formed by a strand of Gu Fei's divine will. He had planted a restriction on the upper echelons of the Wang family. Apart from preventing them from betraying him, he could also save their lives at critical moments. One had to know that even a strand of Gu Fei's spiritual force manifestation could suppress a godly monarch existence. You, God King Thousand Illusions, was enraged. This guy was just a manifestation, yet he dared to look down on him? At that moment, Gu Fei waved his hand, and the beast claw that had fallen to the ground flew up. This was the true dragon's claw that Wang Jin had cultivated using his true dragon bloodline. If it weren't for the protection of the true dragon claw, the Thousand Illusions deity emperor's formless attack would have killed Yang Yiqian. Chapter 40, 119. God King Thousand Illusions was the most mysterious God King in the South Heaven Divine Palace. Apart from the South Heaven Divine Emperor, no one else knew what he looked like. The mysterious God King had intercepted the God King of the Wang family. Wang Jin, who possessed the golden dragon physique, had been dismembered by God King Thousand Illusions in a single move. If it were not for the strand of divine sense Gu Fei had planted in Wang Jin's primordial spirit, Wang Jin would have been struck into the Een fire by God King Thousand Illusions and suffer the pain of having his soul refined. The burning of the primordial spirit by the Een fire was definitely the most terrifying punishment in the world. At that moment, Yang Yiqian's divine will incarnation pointed a finger, and Wang Jin's true dragon claw directly shattered into a cloud of blood mist, and Yang Yiqian's figure appeared in the void. Gu Fei, Dao brother Gu? Yang Yiqian was shocked when he saw Gu Fei. Wasn't Gu Fei captured by the South Heaven Divine Palace's elder Yuan Outsong? Why was he here? Gu Fei's divine sense projection was so real that Yang Yiqian failed to notice it immediately. At that moment, Gu Fei struck the primordial spirit in his hand into the bloody mist of the true dragon claw and used a divine ability. As the mist churned, a figure appeared in the void. Wang Jin had been reborn. It was not an illusion, but a body with flesh and blood. The true dragon blood in the true dragon claw had reconstructed his body. Gu Fei's divine sense projection had reconstructed Wang Jin's divine body in an instant. This scene left Yang Yiqian and God King Thousand Illusions dumbfounded. Roar! Wang Jin roared into the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. The true dragon claw he had refined was the strongest part of his body. It contained the true dragon blood and was the most concentrated part of his bloodline power. The divine body, reconstructed by the true dragon's blood, was much stronger than the previous one. Go, fight this guy again. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of fighting. Damn it! The feeling of being looked down upon left God, Monarch Thousand Illusions, alarmed and infuriated. At that moment, Wang Jin glared at God King Thousand Illusions and revealed a sinister smile. A violent true dragon aura emanated from his body. He was like a terrifying dragon that had awakened from a deep slumber, and the Thousand Illusions godly monarch was the dragon's prey. This godly monarch Thousand Illusions could not help but be shocked. After this fellow reconstructed his divine body, he was reborn and became even stronger. This method of directly raising the cultivation and battle prowess of others was truly incredible. Brother Gu! Yang Yiqian was shocked to see this. Don't worry, just watch the show. Gu Fei's incarnation said. At this moment, the deity king's aura was so strong that a peak true god like him could barely breathe. Humph! God King Thousand Illusions sneered. In the next moment, his figure became blurry. Kill! Wang Jin immediately grabbed out. His right hand instantly transformed into a true dragon's claw and pierced through God King Thousand Illusions' blurry figure. However, there was no splattering of blood. God King Thousand Illusions smiled eerily and vanished into the void. This move again. Wang Jin laughed sinisterly. His body shook and a huge golden dragon rushed out of his body. A blurry figure was sent flying by the dragon. However, in the next moment, this figure vanished into the void again. Void, great Tao. Gu Fei's spiritual force incarnation saw through God King Thousand Illusions' cultivation at a glance. This kind of secret technique that allowed one to enter the void was very mysterious to others, but to Gu Fei's incarnation, it was a very ordinary divine power. God King Thousand Illusions had only just touched the edge of the void great Tao and cultivated the most basic divine power. However, in the heavenly divine world, this kind of void secret technique was enough for God King Thousand Illusions to roam a region and make a name for himself. However, after Wang Jin's divine body was reconstructed, his golden dragon divine body had transformed into a true dragon divine body. Every move he made contained unbelievably powerful strength. Humph! You sneaky fellow, come out and die. Wang Jin, whose combat power had increased exponentially, felt like his body was filled with inexhaustible power. It was as though he could punch a hole in the sky with one punch. What God King Thousand Illusions! He could not even withstand a single blow. However, at this moment, the wind started blowing. Wang Jin felt another gust of wind blowing against him. He was instantly shocked. After all, he had been sliced into pieces by an invisible force just like that. In the next moment, the sound of cloth ripping could be heard. His clothes suddenly tore into countless holes as though they were sliced by countless sharp blades. Wang Jin felt like his entire body was sliced by an ice-cold blade. He had goosebumps all over his body. He hurriedly touched his body with his hands. There was no blood. Although his clothes were torn, the skin under his clothes was not cut. There were only red scratches. Haha, Wang Jin laughed. He never expected his true dragon divine body to be so powerful that it could block his opponent's mysterious attack. This way he had nothing to fear. Great heavenly dragon fist. Wang Jin roared and immediately used the Wang family's clan-guarding fist technique. In the next moment, a powerful fist force surged out of his body. The void around him immediately shook like water under the impact of the fist force that exploded out. The void within a few hundred feet around Wang Jin became unstable. You're quite clever. Gu Fei's clone could not help but nod when he saw this scene. What? However, Yang Yiqian was baffled. This God King of the Wang family was merely punching the air. Soon, a figure fell out of the undulating void. Thousand Illusions, go to hell! Wang Jin roared and took a step forward. He instantly arrived in front of God King Thousand Illusions. His hands turned into true dragon claws and crushed God King Thousand Illusions. The mysterious God King Thousand Illusions was actually crushed into a bloody mist by Wang Jin. This was truly a reversal of fortune. Previously, Wang Jin had his physical body and divine body destroyed by God King Thousand Illusions. Now it was God King Thousand Illusions who was crushed by Wang Jin. Retribution was about to arrive. At this moment, a ball of divine light enveloped God King Thousand Illusions' essence soul and soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. Humph, humph. Wang Jin sneered and reached out. Immediately, godly monarch Thousand Illusions' essence soul was caught in his hand. I'm going to send your essence soul into the Yin fire now and guard the pain of soul refinement for 10,000 years. Wang Jin looked at God King Thousand Illusions' essence soul in his hand and said coldly, "All right, bring him back to see me as soon as possible." Chapter 41:20. Wang family's divine king Wang Jin benefited from his misfortune. Not only did he not die at the hands of God King Thousand Illusions, He even managed to cultivate the true dragon divine body. Of course, Wang Jin only managed to cultivate the true dragon divine body due to the help of Gu Fei's divine sense incarnation. Otherwise, he would have been struck into the Yin flames by God King Thousand Illusions and suffered the pain of 10,000 years of soul refinement. This made Wang Jin even more respectful towards Gu Fei. One should know that a mere divine sense incarnation was able to disregard a divine king. Wang Jin sensed his own cultivation and was shocked to discover that he had broken through to the major mastery of the God King realm. He originally thought that he would need at least a few hundred years to break through to the advanced divine king realm. How could he not be shocked by Gu Fei's methods? Wang Jin hurriedly brought Yang Yiqian to the sky and flew towards the nearest city. Yang Yiqian was stunned by the scene before him. Gu Fei had actually become so powerful. Even Wang Jin of the Wang family had to listen to him. He was Gu Fei's guide, and he was very clear about Gu Fei's background. Gu Fei had just ascended to the heavenly god realm not long ago. How could he become so powerful in such a short time? Yang Yiqian's curiosity was completely piqued. Scarlet Tiger City was not big. The population of the city was less than 30,000. However, it was considered a big city in the middle of nowhere in the southern divine region. The city lord of Scarlet Tiger City was the barbarian king of this region. He had the cultivation of a divine king. He ruled over an area of 5,000 kilometers and had an army of 10,000 men. The Scarlet Barbarian King usually stayed in Scarlet Tiger City and did not go out easily. Everything was handled by the young Barbarian King. The young Barbarian King was also very impressive. After cultivating for several hundred years, he had already become a true god. This kind of cultivation speed was not slower than the disciples of the great sections. The young Barbarian King was the tyrant of Scarlet Tiger City. He used the fact that his father was the Barbarian King to run amok in the city. No one dared to say anything. Does the young lady still not agree? An arrogant and despotic voice rang out from a courtyard in Scarlet Tiger City. A ferocious-looking young man dressed in a beast hide roared at an elderly woman. Your Highness! The young woman was about to say something, but she was immediately interrupted by the young man's roar. I don't care anymore. Today I will make her mine. The young Barbarian King waved his hand while speaking. The group of fiendish subordinates behind him immediately rushed into the room. Don't you dare try touching me. My father is the South Heaven God Emperor. If you dare to touch me, my father will destroy your entire clan. An angry roar came from within the house. Then a woman dressed in purple walked out. She had a graceful figure, and although her face was covered, her eyes were filled with spirituality. You said that the Southern Heaven God Emperor is your father? What kind of person is the Southern Heaven God Emperor? His daughter should be a goddess from above the 9 heavens. Why would she come to our desolate land? The young Barbarian King disapprovingly looked at the purple-clothed woman and said with a sneer, Damn it, how could I have fallen into the hands of trash like you if I hadn't been injured? My father's subordinates are nearby. So, let me go if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, humph. The purple-clothed woman swept a glance at the group of people before her and said in a cold voice, I'm so scared. I'd be a big idiot if I believed you. I want to consummate my marriage tonight. Little ones, take them away. The young Barbarian King said complacently. You. The purple-clothed woman couldn't help but turn pale with fright as she heard this. That damned Jinxia. I wouldn't have been bullied by these trash if I hadn't been hit by his heavenly terminating needles. She was extremely anxious. She needed at least 6 more hours to force the heaven terminating needles out of her body. In these 6 hours, she was even worse than an ordinary true god. She would only be able to restore her cultivation if she could force the heavenly terminating needles out of her body. However, the problem was that it was already afternoon, so it would be night in less than 6 hours. The young barbarian king's subordinates were about to step forward, but a formidable pressure came from afar at this time. Everyone felt as if a huge mountain had suddenly pressed down on their bodies. The young barbarian king's subordinates were so scared that they lay prone on the ground and shivered. What? Divine King? The young barbarian king raised his head and looked towards the sky. He saw two figures flying in the distant sky. A divine king was flying towards the Red Tiger City while grabbing a person. Only experts above the divine king realm could fly in the sky. Could it be that the experts of the Southern Heaven Divine Palace are in the vicinity? The young barbarian king was scared. He promptly looked towards Xianxi. However, Xianxi's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. This little girl, the young barbarian king, was scared and angry at the same time. He knew that he couldn't let Xianxi go if she was the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor's woman. The barbarian race would be exterminated by the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor if she left. The Southern Heaven Divine Emperor Xianquan was a ferocious person of the Southern Divine region. Even in this barbarian wasteland, his name was still well known. The barbarian race could proclaim themselves as the overlords of the Red Tiger City. However, the Southern Heaven Divine Palace could exterminate the small Red Tiger City and the small barbarian race with a flick of their fingers. She took advantage of the panic in the courtyard and directly escaped. She rushed towards the teleportation formation in the city. This was the fastest way to escape from the Red Tiger City. The young barbarian king was about to chase after her. However, the divine king had already flown to the sky above the courtyard with his subordinates. The mighty might of a divine king descended. Even the young barbarian king's legs went soft, and he knelt down. The young barbarian king, was extremely terrified. The person in the sky was much stronger than his father, the Crimson Barbarian King. The aura of the Crimson Barbarian King was far less terrifying than that of the Divine King in the sky. However, she wasn't afraid of the Divine King's might. It was because she was stronger than the Divine King. How could the daughter of the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor be weak? She had used all her divine energy to suppress the sky-shattering needle. The sky-shattering needle was no ordinary divine weapon. It was a divine weapon personally refined by the demonic Emperor Yunimo. It was extremely powerful. If the son of the demonic Emperor Yun, Xia, didn't want to harm her life, she would have died a long time ago. Rumble. Meanwhile, Wang Jin brought Yang Yiqian and descended into the Red Tiger City. He didn't even cast a glance at the people below. In his eyes there were nothing but ants. In the entire Red Tiger City, only the City Lord's mansion had a powerful aura. No divine king's aura could be sensed anywhere else. There was only one divine king in the Red Tiger City, the Crimson Barbarian King. The Crimson Barbarian King was currently hiding in the City Lord's mansion. He didn't dare to show himself. Greater perfection, Divine King. That guy is a greater perfection, Divine King. Chapter 41:21. When Wang Jin brought Yang Yiqian to Crimson Tiger City, the City Lord, the Crimson Barbarian Emperor, refused to show himself. The entire city was trembling under his divine Emperor aura. The people in Crimson Tiger City were extremely terrified. They immediately dropped to the ground and trembled in fear. This was the power of a divine emperor. Wang Jin ignored the terrified Crimson Barbarian Emperor, who was hiding in the City Lord's mansion. He flew straight to the teleportation formation in the city. The teleportation formation in Crimson Tiger City was an open-air formation, and there was only one of it. However, the ancient formation was an important place in the city. The Crimson Barbarian Emperor had sent 1,000 barbarian soldiers to guard the formation day and night. If the gods in Crimson Tiger City wanted to use the formation, they would have to pay a fee, which was 5 kilograms of divine crystals or a stock of 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. To the true gods in the city, not everyone could afford 10 kilograms of divine crystals or a stock of spiritual medicine. Therefore, the teleportation formation platform in Scarlet Tiger City was rarely used by anyone. However, quite a few people had been using the teleportation formation recently. They were either from the South Heaven Divine Palace or the Wong clan. The Crimson Barbarian Emperor obviously did not dare to accept their divine crystals or spiritual herbs, which made him feel depressed. Whoosh! Wang Jin brought Yang Yiqian and descended from the sky onto the teleportation formation. The 1,000 barbarian soldiers guarding the formation all dropped to the ground in fear. They could not even stand up. He directly added a few divine crystals and inserted them into the teleportation formation platform. In the next moment, the runes inside the entire ancient formation platform lit up. However, as the formation was activated, a person suddenly rushed in from the outside. What? Wang Jin and Yang Yiqian were shocked. They could only see that the person was a woman. At that moment, a ball of divine light emerged from the platform, enveloping them as they rushed into the chaotic void. The long-distance teleportation was not pleasant, as it felt like they were traveling through a twisted space. Those who were teleported would not be able to sense the passage of time. In what seemed like an instant or like a long time, Yang Yiqian felt his eyes light up, and he appeared on an even older and larger teleportation array platform. In the next moment, he was surrounded by dense spiritual energy. His tense nerves immediately relaxed, and all the pores on his body opened up. Such dense spiritual qi. Yang Yiqian exclaimed in shock. What was a paradise? This was a paradise. He looked around and saw that the surroundings were like a paradise. Pavilions and terraces dotted the mountains. In the distance, there were celestial birds flying in the sky and spirit beasts strolling on the ground. He was currently at the top of a mountain, apart from a huge, ancient teleportation portal. The surroundings were filled with flowers and countless beautiful celestial flowers. Yang Yiqian had never seen such beautiful scenery before. Who are you? Why did you sneak into my Wang clan's ancestral land? At this moment, Wang Jin's voice rang out. Yang Yiqian realized that there was another uninvited guest here besides them. This is the ancestral land of the Wang family. She was shocked. When she was in Crimson Tiger City, she received news from her father that there was a big change in the Wang family, and he told her to be careful. But now it seemed that the ancestral land of the Wang family was also very peaceful. What big change? At this moment, Wang Jin had already sent out the message. Soon, a dozen figures rushed over from all directions and landed on the teleportation portal platform. Take her and lock her up in the purgatory, Wang Jin said to a disciple of the Wang family. What, Xian? She was shocked. The Wang family's ice and fire purgatory was very famous in the southern divine region. Being locked up there meant a lot of suffering. Just as she was about to state her identity, a disciple of the Wang family spoke. This, martial uncle, our purgatory has been destroyed. A young disciple of the Wang family said carefully, I forgot. Lock her up in the armory pavilion first. Wang Jin touched his nose and said, When the Wang family fought against Gu Fei, they destroyed the ice and fire purgatory, and all the vicious people locked up in it were destroyed in body and soul. Yes, martial uncle. That young man accepted the order and then took Xian away. She let them take her away without saying a word or stating her identity. Mr. Yang, please follow me to see the master. Wang Jin said to Yang Yiqian politely after asking someone to take away the uninvited guest. All right, please lead the way, Divine King. Yang Yiqian said flatteringly. Mr. Yang, please, Wang Jin said and directly waved his big sleeve, using a divine ability to bring Yang Yiqian to the ancestral palace in the depths of the ancestral land. Along the way, Yang Yiqian was more and more shocked. The Wang family's ancestral land was full of magnificent scenes. He even saw the figures of divine beasts, which were not so easy to tame. Is your master brother Gu Fei Gu? Yang Yiqian asked. Wang Jin smiled and did not answer. Soon, they arrived outside the ancestral palace and entered. When Yang Yiqian saw Gu Fei sitting on the throne, although he had already guessed it, he was still extremely shocked. Gu Fei actually became the master of the Wang family. How was this possible? He had only ascended to the heavenly god realm for a short period of time, but he was actually able to force the Wang family to bow their heads? Emissary Yang, how have you been recently? After seeing Yang Yiqian sit down, Gu Fei asked. At this time, Wang Jin was standing at the side with his head lowered, not the slightest bit of the awe-inspiring appearance he had when he was outside. Yang Yiqian looked around, sighed, and said, "Not bad." At this time, his mood was very complicated. The gap between him and Gu Fei was really too big. It was like one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled and said, "You are my emissary. You told me a lot about the heavenly god realm and helped me a lot. I, Gu Fei, will always repay kindness. Today, I will give you a great fortune. How about it?" "Oh, really?" Hearing this, Yang Yiqian suddenly became nervous. The fact that Gu Fei could become the master of the Wang family was enough to prove his strength. Such a person naturally would not be joking if he wanted to give him a great fortune. Of course it is true. As Gu Fei said this, he pointed a finger, and a divine light directly rushed out from his finger and then entered the space between Yang Yiqian's eyebrows. The next moment, Yang Yiqian felt that there was something in his mind. 9 Heavens Deification Technique? A cultivation technique appeared in Yang Yiqian's mind. That is a cultivation technique that can be cultivated to the shattering void realm. Oh, and this. Gu Fei directly waved his hand, and a fruit immediately flew in front of Yang Yiqian. Yang Yiqian hurriedly caught the fruit and saw that it was a fruit shaped like a real dragon. Although he only smelled a faint fruity aroma, he could already feel that the divine power in his body was circulating at a much faster rate. The Wang family's heavenly dragon fruit? Chapter 41:22. In Gu Fei's life, he was very clear about gratitude and grudges. Yang Yiqian was his guide when he ascended to the heavenly god realm and had helped him before. Therefore, he gave Yang Yiqian a chance. To him, this was as easy as turning over his hand, but to Yang Yiqian, Gu Fei had helped him pave a path to the heavens. As long as there were no accidents, he would become the strongest expert in the heavenly god realm, and even have the opportunity to ascend to the upper realm. According to Gu Fei's guess, the upper realm of the heavenly god realm should be the ancestral god realm. Of course, this was just a guess. If it really was the ancestral god realm, then it would be Gu Fei's territory. After being away for so long, it was time to go back and take a look. Gu Fei had established forces in various worlds, but the ancestral god realm was a place where the power of heavenly punishment existed. Extreme supremes were extinct there. However, it was not easy to ascend to the upper realm now. Gu Fei had not found the origin energy of the heavenly god realm. He still needed to rely on the origin energy of the world to recover his cultivation. Yang Yiqian was just a small guide. He was not qualified to know such a great secret. After Yang Yiqian left, Gu Fei went to find Wang Xuanji and the other ancestors of the Wang family. You want to find the origin energy of the world. The ancestors of the Wang family were dumbfounded. The origin energy of the world was the birthplace of the entire heavenly god realm. It was actually something in the ancestral vein of the heavenly god realm. Even the ancestors of the Wang family only knew a little about the heavenly god realm's heaven and earth ancestral vein. They only knew that the heaven and earth ancestral vein was in the central divine region. The southern divine region was only one of the 5 divine regions. There were 5 almost invincible god emperors in the southern divine region. Even the Wang family could not compare to the southern heaven divine palace. The central divine region was the strongest among the 5 divine regions. As the center of the heavenly god realm, there are countless great sects and clans there. Although the southern heaven god emperor and the heaven trample evil emperor could dominate the southern divine region, They would not dare to be presumptuous in the central divine region. Not only were there emperor gods in the central celestial territory, but there were also Paksu ultimate gods, as well as many half-step ultimate gods. A single half-step hierarch was enough to sweep through the entire southern divine region. Of course, the southern heaven god emperor and the others were not to be trifled with. If the half-step ultimate gods from the central celestial realm really dared to invade the southern divine region, they had their own ways to deal with them. Stand down! After Gu Fei learned what he wanted to know, he waved his hand and ordered Wang Xuanji and the others to leave the ancestral hall. After Wang Xuanji and the others left the ancestral hall, only Gu Fei and Fatty were left in the ancestral hall. This Fatty was rather interesting. He didn't reveal his name or where he came from. He only knew how to act cool and brag, saying that he was the master of the heavenly god realm. I say, since you are the heavenly god realm's realm lord, you must know where the heavenly god realm's heaven and earth ancestral vein is. Gu Fei said to the Fatty with a faint smile. Hee, I really do know this, but I can't say it. Fatty shook his head. TCH, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I also know a little about the dragon chi gazing technique. I'll go to the central celestial realm myself, said Gu Fei. This Fatty's words could not be trusted. This guy was full of nonsense. It would be strange to believe him. When do you plan to leave? Fatty's interest was piqued. I'll see. There are some things I need to think about. Gu Fei pondered. He had learned the general situation of the central celestial realm from Wang Xuanji and the others. The central celestial realm was not comparable to the southern divine region. There was even a hierarch Paksu in the central celestial realm. Such an existence was definitely the strongest existence in the heavenly god realm. Although Gu Fei was not afraid of hierarch Paksu, he might not be a match for these guys, and it would be troublesome. Then take your time to think about it. Fatty shrugged and said indifferently, Well, the divine king of the Wang family who invited Yang Yiqian back also brought a girl back. What's going on? Gu Fei said with a frown, I don't know either. Who cares? Fatty lazily lay on the chair and said disapprovingly. Gu Fei did not say anything else. Although the Wang family was strong in the southern divine region, there was almost no force of the Wang family in the central celestial realm. Let alone the Wang family, even the southern heaven god emperor's force could not enter the central celestial realm. Who is that Yang Yiqian? Master actually gave him such a great fortune. I heard that guy is just a guide. Yang Yiqian, is he the one who offended an elder of our clan 3,000 years ago and was sent to the barbarian land as a guide? Someone suddenly exclaimed. There's such a thing? Everyone found it hard to believe. Yang Yiqian's background was quickly dug out. No one would have thought that Yang Yiqian and the Wang family had such a past, which made the Wang family a little uneasy. If Yang Yiqian was allowed to grow, wouldn't the Wang family be in trouble? The Wang family's worries were not exaggerated, because Yang Yiqian had the peerless, ferocious Gu Fei behind him. The entire Wang family was no match for Gu Fei. Of course, the Wang family still had some hope. Deep in the ancestral ground of the Wang family, there was an unimaginably powerful divine beast sleeping in the ancestral vein of the earth. As long as the divine beast made a move, it might be able to defeat Gu Fei and remove the seal on the people of the Wang family. However, for some reason, the divine beast did not make a move when Gu Fei was fighting the experts of the Wang family. Wasn't the divine beast the guardian of the Wang family? The Wang family was very confused. Night fell. Gu Fei and Fatty were eating and drinking on a mountain in the Wang family's ancestral ground. They were drinking the peerless wine brewed from the heavenly dragon, divine fruit, the heavenly dragon wine. The heavenly dragon wine was very famous in the southern divine region. A cup of it could change the constitution of a cultivator. It was extremely precious. In the Wang family, only the patriarch and a group of old ancestors were qualified to drink this peerless wine. Ordinary Wang family descendants couldn't even smell the aroma of the wine. At this time, Gu Fei and Fatty were drinking bowls after bowls of this peerless wine in the eyes of the Wang family descendants. This made Wang Xan, who was waiting on the side, feel extremely pained. They were eating a flying dragon, freshly roasted flying dragon meat. This was a flying dragon that the Wang family had just hunted for Gu Fei not long ago. Although this kind of flying dragon was not a true divine beast, it still had a trace of mixed dragon bloodline in its body, so it was not that easy to kill. The one roasting meat for them was another old ancestor of the Wang family. His name was Wang, and he looked like a middle-aged half-emperor. Wang's status was second only to Wang Xuanji. The high and mighty old ancestor of the Wang family was actually roasting meat for others. This made Wang extremely depressed, but he didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Drinking under the moon, how long will life be? Ha! Fatty laughed loudly. That's right. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. His heart was moved. It seemed that he had left the human world for too long. If there was a chance, he should go back and take a look. Boom! Just at this moment, a great rumble suddenly rang out from the mountain ridges in the distance. After that, countless rays of divine light shot into the sky from the mountain ridges. Every single ray of divine light contained a divine weapon, and every single divine weapon radiated an incomparably great power. That's Gu Fei and Fatty frowned. It's the divine armory. Chapter 41:23. Under the moonlight, Gu Fei and Fatty were enjoying a drink on the top of the mountain. However, at this moment, a loud noise came from the mountains in the distance, breaking the silence in the Wang family's ancestral land. Countless divine weapons howled as they rushed out from the mountain ridges. The immense power contained within each divine weapon was activated, and each of them displayed their strongest might. And what shocked everyone in the Wang clan was that these divine weapons actually slashed out in all directions. A beam of saber light streaked through the air, directly splitting a divine peak into two. Another battle spear fell from the sky and directly smashed a valley, causing the earth to tremble. A divine seal directly turned into the size of a giant mountain and slammed down on the mountain where Gu Fei was. Violent waves of divine power swept down from the divine seal, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Gu Fei stood up and looked indifferently at the giant seal that was pressing down from the sky. At this moment, Wang Xian let out a shout and directly soared into the sky towards the divine seal. She stretched out her hand and directly caught the divine seal. She descended from the sky and landed on the mountain as if she was holding a giant mountain. The moment her feet landed on the ground, the entire mountain shook. Withdraw! Wang Xian let out a delicate cry and channeled her magic art. The giant seal in her hand immediately shrunk and instantly turned into an ancient bronze seal the size of a fist. The divine weapons that could be stored in the Wang family's ancestral land were naturally extraordinary. These divine weapons were at least Shen King divine weapons, while the most powerful ones were half-emperor divine weapons and monarch divine weapons. The Wang family had been passed down for countless years and had more than one emperor god. In the Wang family's divine weapon warehouse, there was a monarch divine weapon. The divine weapon warehouse was an important place of the Wang family. With the monarch divine weapon guarding it, generally nothing would happen. But now, the divine weapon warehouse had exploded and most of the divine weapons flew out. In a short period of time, the ancestral grounds of the Wang clan became lively. The experts of the Wang clan were busy collecting the scattered divine weapons. They were extremely busy. Even an injured person, like Wang Xuanji, jumped out. What's going on? Wang Xuanji and the others were shocked and angry. At this moment, the culprit of all this quietly went into hiding. Let's go take a look. Gu Fei raised his head and drank the large bowl of wine in his hand. With a tipsy expression, he took a step forward with his right foot and soared into the sky, heading straight for the divine armament armory. He had used all the strength of his physical body and divine body. With just one step, he had crossed dozens of miles and landed on a mountain near the divine weapon warehouse. There's good wine and good meat. Why are you going there to join in the fun? I'm not that stupid. Fatty was lying down comfortably. He grabbed a big piece of wyvern meat and ate it in big bites. He didn't follow Gu Fei to join in the fun. Gu Fei had just landed on the hilltop when he suddenly saw a figure flash in the forest. He couldn't help but be moved and rushed towards the opposite forest. His running speed was definitely not much slower than flying in the sky. At this time, Wang Jin and the Wang family's warriors came from afar. Demon girl, you can't run away. Come out and surrender. Wang Jin was wearing a battle armor and looked majestic. He was now advanced divine king. His status in the Wang family had naturally risen as his cultivation level had increased. However, when the news that Xian she had blown up the divine armament armory and escaped, Wang Jin went crazy. After all, he was the one who had brought Xian she into the Wang family's ancestral land, and he was the one who had locked Xian she in the divine armament armory. Now that she had escaped, Wang Jin naturally couldn't absolve himself from the blame. At this time, the experts of the Wang family had already collected more than half of the scattered divine weapons. However, there was still a small number of divine weapons that could not be controlled. The divine weapons that could not be controlled suddenly turned around in the air and flew towards the forest, where Gu Fei was. More than 30 divine weapons rushed at him at the same time. The pressure they produced was earth-shattering. Wang Jin's expression changed. Humph, you dare to provoke me? I'll let you know how powerful I am. Xian, she sneered. At this time, the experts of the Wang family attacked with all their might. Among the 30 divine weapons, a few more divine weapons were taken away. Even so, this power was not something that Wang Jin could withstand. However, Wang Jin and the divine weapons that he had brought were about to be destroyed by the divine weapons. At this time, a huge hand appeared between heaven and earth and grabbed all the divine weapons that were flying towards him. Then it disappeared in an instant. Wang Jin wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and was about to lead his men into the forest. However, at this time, 2 figures walked out from the forest. Wang Jin was shocked when he saw who it was. He hurriedly bowed. Don't expose my identity. A voice sounded in Wang Jin's mind. Wang Jin was startled when he heard this. He had no idea what Gu Fei was trying to do. At this time, Gu Fei walked out of the forest while being held hostage. The person who held Gu Fei was Xian Shi. All of you get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill him. Xian she placed the dagger on Gu Fei's neck and roared fiercely at Wang Jin, who was in front of her. Wang Jin was furious. However, he did not dare to disobey Gu Fei's order. He hurriedly retreated with his men. It turned out that Xian she had finally forced the sky, killing needles, out of her body. With her Shun King level cultivation, the Wang family's divine weapon warehouse could not trap her. Actually, there was another reason why she could not be trapped. It was the divine weapons in the divine weapon warehouse. Xian she cultivated a supreme divine skill that allowed her to control divine weapons. It was her who made more than half of the divine weapons in the divine weapon warehouse explode with their strongest power. Therefore, the entire divine weapon warehouse exploded. What's going on? The higher-ups of the Wang family who came from all directions were shocked when they saw Gu Fei being held hostage by a woman. Who was Gu Fei? He was a peerless expert who could suppress an entire family. How could he be held hostage by a woman who was only at the Shen King level? Unless he was willing to be held hostage by this woman. The ancestors of the Wang family were all extremely shrewd existences. When they thought of this, they didn't dare to act rashly. Looks like you're a big shot in the Wang family. Xian she could not help but be happy when she saw the Wang family's people being cautious of her. She was very curious. This guy was only a true god. Why were the people around him so nervous? Were they afraid that she would hurt this guy? At this time, She did not have much time to think. Seeing that even the ancestors of the Wang family had come, she hurriedly grabbed Gu Fei and soared into the sky, rushing in the direction of the Wang family's transportation formation. Boss really knows how to play, pretending to be a pig to eat chicks? Fatty saw this scene from a mountain far away and could not help but laugh. Chapter 41-24. Xian, she was the daughter of the South Heaven Divine Emperor, Xian Kun. The South Heaven Divine Palace and the Wang clan were allies. She had visited the Wang clan's ancestral ground more than once with the South Heaven Divine Emperor. She naturally knew where the teleportation platforms in the Wang clan's ancestral ground were. There was more than one teleportation platform in the Wang clan's ancestral ground. There were teleportation platforms in the 4 directions of the Wang clan's ancestral ground, and each platform was located at the peak of a mountain. These 4 platforms were the Wang clan's teleportation platforms on the surface. There were more teleportation platforms in the Wang clan than on the surface. Of course, the location of the other teleportation platforms was a secret of the Wang clan. Xian, she held Gu Fei hostage and flew toward the east. Wherever she passed, the experts of the Wang clan would back off. Therefore, Xian, she held him hostage all the way to the teleportation platform on the east side of the Wang clan's ancestral ground. The people of the Wang clan didn't make a move. Xian, she was in disbelief. Could it be that the little guy she had captured was a big shot? Was he the son of a big shot? That was why the Wang clan did not dare to make a move. Who exactly are you? Xian, she asked curiously. That's what I'm supposed to say. Gu Fei said snappily. Xian, she covered her face because she had been to the Wang clan's ancestral ground before. Her father was the South Heaven Divine Emperor, and the higher-ups of the Wang clan knew who she was. It would be terrible if she was recognized. Xian, she had blown up the vault of the Wang clan's ancestral ground, causing chaos. If the Wang clan knew that she was the culprit, it would be troublesome even if she was the daughter of the South Heaven Divine Emperor. Who am I? Do you think a little guy like you has the right to know? Xian, she said proudly. This little guy was only an intermediate true god, while she was Shen King and a greater succession king at that. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. Xian, she directly activated the Wang family's teleportation array and directly entered a coordinate into the teleportation array. Bang! The teleportation formation platform immediately began to operate. Countless divine lights rushed out from the platform and converged into an incomparably huge beam of divine light that soared into the sky. The void was directly pierced through, and a path of guidance appeared between heaven and earth. Without any hesitation, Xian, she directly grabbed Gu Fei and stepped onto the receiving path, instantly disappearing from the teleportation formation platform. After Xian, she and Gu Fei disappeared, the divine light on the teleportation array platform also disappeared, and the entire array platform became silent. A figure appeared on the teleportation formation. It was Wang Xian, the only female quasi-emperor in the Wang clan. Heaven Trampling City? Wang Xian was shocked. Could that little girl be evil Emperor Trample's subordinate? Another figure appeared on the teleportation array. They could find out where Gu Fei and the others had gone from the teleportation array. Master went to Heaven Trampling City. This is going to be fun. Another figure appeared on the teleportation formation platform. This person was the other half of the Wang clan's imperial capital. His name was Wang Tian. I really want to know who is stronger between Heaven Trampling, Evil Emperor, and Master. Wang Xuanji's voice came from afar. Heaven Trampling City. On a mountain in the distance, the fatty muttered to himself. The Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor was not easy to deal with. If Boss went to Heaven Trampling City, he might encounter the Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor. The Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor was different from Wang Zhaotian, the patriarch of the Wang clan. The Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor had been a martial monarch for much longer than Wang Zhaotian. He was a veteran martial monarch, comparable to the South Heaven Divine Emperor. Otherwise, Yun Xie, the son of the evil emperor, would not have dared to attack Xianxi. The fatty could not sit still any longer, and directly appeared on the teleportation formation platform. "Let's go to Heaven Trampling City," the fatty said loudly. Wang Xian glanced at the fatty and then directly activated the teleportation formation platform. At this moment, a teleportation formation platform in Heaven Trampling City was suddenly activated, and two figures appeared on the platform. "This is..." Gu Fei glanced around and saw a small square, and the teleportation formation platform was in the middle of the square. A dozen soldiers guarding the teleportation formation platform, under the leadership of a general, rushed to the teleportation formation platform with spears in their hands and surrounded Gu Fei and the others. "Who are you?" The leading general's voice was like a bell, and he stared at Gu Fei and Xianxi like a ferocious beast. It was already late at night, and anyone who came to Heaven Trampling City at this time would be strictly interrogated. One should know that Heaven Trampling City was the nest of the Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor. The Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor had many enemies in the southern divine region, and if his enemies were to sneak into Heaven Trampling City, the consequences would be dire. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you," she said to Gu Fei. "Is that so? That's great." Gu Fei pretended to be pleasantly surprised and hugged she's right hand. "Who are you? If you don't say it, then don't say it." The leading general was filled with murderous intent. If Xianxi and Gu Fei did anything wrong, he would not hesitate to cut off their heads. "Humph, you don't have the right to know who we are," she said coldly. "Is that so? Then you can die." The general waved his hand, and the dozen soldiers immediately roared angrily, and the spears in their hands directly stabbed at Gu Fei and Xianxi. She smiled, and her right hand directly formed a seal. In the next moment, the spears that were stabbing at her and Gu Fei directly flew out of the hands of the soldiers, and directly pierced through the soldiers in front of them. More than a dozen soldiers were directly nailed to death, and blood flowed down from the spears, dyeing the ground red. The general's shock was no small matter. "Buzz!" The general suddenly opened his mouth and spat out an extremely sharp sword light that pierced toward Xianxi. However, when the sword light was less than half a foot away from Xianxi, it suddenly reversed and instantly pierced through the general's forehead. The general's terrified expression froze on his face. He did not know how the other party could actually control his flying sword until he died. Gu Fei pretended to be very panicked, and Xianxi's divine ability was a little interesting. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Xianxi's expression changed, and she hurriedly erased the coordinates on the teleportation formation platform, then grabbed Gu Fei and directly rushed out of the teleportation formation platform, disappearing into the dark alley. Just as Gu Fei and Xianxi left, a figure descended from the sky and directly landed on the teleportation formation platform. Who dares to kill people in Heaven Trampling City? It was an old man, and although he was old, his eyes were even brighter than the stars in the sky. The old man glanced at the corpses on the teleportation formation platform, and his expression was extremely solemn. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful wave of divine power erupted from the old man's body, as if a terrifying volcano was about to erupt inside him. The old man rushed into the sky and disappeared into the darkness. Soon, the news that someone had broken into Heaven Trampling City and killed the soldiers guarding the teleportation formation platform spread throughout the city, and the silent ancient city immediately boiled up. Experts directly rushed out of the city lord's mansion, and countless soldiers searched the city, as if they were going to turn the entire Heaven Trampling City upside down. Swoosh! A beam of divine light rushed across the sky, and the divine light lit up the entire sky. In the small alley below the divine light, Xianxi and Gu Fei stood in the shadows, looking in the direction that the divine light had flown to. These guys in heaven-trampling city are a little too nervous." Xian, she smiled and said disapprovingly. She did not come to heaven-trampling city on a whim, and she did not dare to return to Heaven South City directly, because that would expose her identity. Although coming to heaven-trampling city was risky, it could confuse the Wang family. However, in Gu Fei's opinion, Xianxi's hatred was very unprofessional, and the Wang family would not fight the heaven-trampling evil emperor. So Xianxi's plan was going to fail. What should we do? Gu Fei pretended to be panicking and said, "Hee, don't worry, they will never catch us." "Xian," she said confidently. "Who is she?" She was the daughter of the South Heaven Divine Emperor. How could she die in heaven-trampling city? At that moment, another divine light rushed across the sky, and a powerful force descended from the sky, shocking Xianxi. It was a Shen king whose cultivation was not weaker than hers. Xian, she waited for the divine light in the sky to disappear, then carefully led Gu Fei to hide in the heaven-trampling city, and arrived in front of a dilapidated house. Without hesitation, Xian, she brought Gu Fei into the house. However, the interior was clean and tidy, causing Gu Fei to feel a little surprised. This was truly a completely different world. From the outside, there did not seem to be anything special about this place. It was a mysterious stronghold of the South Heaven Divine Palace in heaven-trampling city. Roar! Not long after, a furious roar came from the teleportation platform of the heaven-trampling city. The next moment, a brilliant divine light tore the heavens and earth apart. A ferocious aura spread in all directions. A fat man wielding a halberd was fighting with the old man. The god weapon in the fat man's hand was extraordinary, as each attack would cause the rift to tremble violently, knocking the old man back. The old man was afraid of the fat man, to think that he would retreat without fighting. The other experts of the heaven-trampling city did not dare to attack after seeing this. Humph! A bunch of useless chickens and dogs. The heaven-trampling city is still the same. The fat man held the halberd and walked down from the teleportation platform, looking down at the world in an imperious manner. Where's the boss? Meanwhile, the fat man was trying to sense Gu Fei's presence, but he was shocked to discover that he could not find Gu Fei, which made him feel unpleasant. Gu Fei was definitely here, as the heaven-trampling city was unusually lively at the moment. Countless soldiers could be seen searching the streets and alleys. However, it was impossible for them to find Gu Fei and Xianxi in such a short time. "It's you, fat man." At this moment, an erratic voice sounded. "Heaven-trampling, are you still alive?" The fat man put away the halberd in his hand and said coldly. Chapter 41:25. Under the night sky, the heaven-trampling city was bustling with noise and roars of wild beasts. Everyone in the city would not be able to sleep that night. How dare someone kill my people in the heaven-trampling city? Damn it! A roar came from the heaven-trampling city, Lord's mansion. The people outside the mansion were terrified when they heard the roar. This hasn't happened in at least 3,000 years. An old cultivator in the heaven-trampling city sighed. The heaven-trampling evil emperor's name shook the entire southern divine region. Who would dare to provoke him? At this time, Gu Fei and Xian had already hidden themselves. Rumble! At this time, a teleportation formation in the heaven-trampling city was activated again. In the next moment, a beam of divine light broke through the void and landed on the teleportation formation. The divine light dissipated and a figure appeared on the teleportation formation. This person was wearing a tattered Taoist robe. He had red lips and white teeth, but he was too fat. His hill-like body gave people a strong sense of oppression. This was a fat man, a young fat man. This fat man was carrying a large halberd. The fat man was ordinary, but the halberd he carried was surrounded by divine light, and there were vague shadows of dragons and phoenixes on it. Kill! No matter who it was, the soldiers who had just taken over the task of guarding the teleportation formation attacked under the leadership of the general. Dozens of soldiers formed a battle formation, and their divine power instantly gathered on the general standing at the center of the formation. In the next moment, a beam of dazzling divine light rushed out of the general's hand and pierced towards the fat man on the teleportation formation at an extremely fast speed. The fat man didn't dodge at all and completely ignored the attack. The beam of divine light directly collided with his body and actually made a sound of metal colliding. The beam of divine light was shaken off and shattered in the void. The dozens of soldiers in front of the teleportation formation were dumbfounded, courting death. Fatty had a look of disdain on his face. With a wave of his hand, the divine warriors in front of the teleportation formation were all sent flying, crashing into a wall on the opposite side. How dare you? You dare to commit murder in my heaven-trampling city? A furious roar rang out. After that, a silhouette descended from the sky, directly landing in front of the teleportation platform. This person was tall and slender, dressed in white. He was a handsome young man with a hint of evil in him. This guy was definitely a lady killer. Little brat, you have no manners. How dare you be so impudent in front of your ancestors? The fat man with the halberd glanced at the white-robed youth indifferently, his face full of disdain. What did you say? I dare you to say it again. The white-clothed young man was instantly infuriated when he heard this. Besides his father, who else in the entire heaven-trampling city dared to speak to him like this? TSK. Fatty raised his middle finger at the white-robed youth. Kill. The white-robed young man leaped into the air and stretched out his hand, sending a palm strike towards the fatty on the teleportation platform. The violent force shook the void. However, with a wave of the fatty's sleeve, the white-clothed young man immediately flew off to who knows where. Fatty, don't be impudent. At this moment, a voice rang out from the city, Lord Mansion. Heaven trampling, you're still alive? Fatty glanced in the direction of the city, Lord Mansion. Are you disappointed that I'm still alive? The voice from the city, Lord Mansion, rang out again. Then, a figure walked out from the city, Lord Mansion. This person was a middle-aged man with towering evil chi. He was the city lord of heaven-trampling city, the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Violent murderous intent surged out from the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Although he was just standing there quietly, he had an invincible aura that looked down on the world. What does your death have to do with me? Fatty said as he leaped into the air and landed on the empty ground in front of the teleportation platform. At this moment, Gufei and She carefully hid themselves. Damn, Fatty. Don't think that I can't kill you, so you can act recklessly. Be careful, or else I'll suppress you for millions of years. The heaven-trampling evil emperor's voice rang out from afar. I'm so scared, Fatty said disdainfully. At this moment, the teleportation platform lit up again. The divine light dissipated in the sky, and 3 figures appeared. These 3 people were none other than the old ancestor of the Wang clan, Wang Xin, and the others. They had also arrived, causing the fatty to be taken aback. Wang Xin, an old man next to him, said in surprise. Wang Xin was the ancestor of the Wang clan. Those who knew her were obviously old. Wang clan, heaven-trampling evil emperor, was shocked and angry when he saw Wang Xin and the others. Is the Wang clan going to attack? However, after Wang Xin and the others bowed to heaven-trampling evil emperor, they waited on the side carefully. They didn't dare to stay too far away from the fatty. At this moment, some extremely powerful figures appeared near the teleportation platform of heaven-trampling city. Even the fearless fatty couldn't help but look solemn. Swoosh! Heaven-trampling evil emperor took a step forward and instantly arrived above the teleportation platform. He looked down at everyone on the ground like a dominator looking down at ants on the ground. Could it be that the people who killed my divine soldiers and generals were in cahoots with you? Heaven-trampling evil emperor glanced at Fatty Wang Xian and the others, and said coldly, "I don't know what you're talking about." Another ancestor of the Wang clan said with a cold smile, "Humph." Heaven Trampler, Evil Emperor, stared at that person fiercely and flicked his right hand. Pung! The old ancestor of the Wang family actually exploded, killing a half-martial emperor with a flick of a finger. That was the power and terror of a real martial emperor. Even the power that Gu Fei had planted in the ancestor had disappeared. When everyone saw this, their shock was no small matter. "Heaven trampling, what do you mean?" The fatty was annoyed. This fella actually killed an old ancestor of the Wang family right in front of him, actually ignoring his existence. It was just too hateful. A god emperor can't be humiliated. Heaven trampling, evil emperor said coldly, "What?" Fatty's expression changed when he heard that. Boom! At this moment, in another part of Heaven Trampling City, a huge explosion occurred. The entire pavilion exploded, and countless rays of divine light shot out in all directions. Every ray of light was wrapped around a divine weapon. Someone had exploded a place where Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor kept divine weapons. Roar! God, Darch Tatian, shouted at the sky, and a terrifying sound wave spread out. The air around him immediately rippled like water. The experts in the Heaven Trampling City hurriedly took action to collect the scattered divine weapons. Even the heaven-breaking evil emperor stretched out his hand and directly grabbed a divine sword. "You!" At this time, in a small alley not far from the armory pavilion, Gu Fei looked at Xian Shi and was somewhat speechless. This girl was too playful. She detonated another weapon depository. With her secret arts and divine abilities, she actually awakened all the divine weapons in the entire weapon depository. All of them soared into the sky and flew out. It was just like what had happened in the Wang clan's ancestral ground. She had controlled countless divine weapons all by herself. It wasn't easy for her to do so with her level of cultivation. Haha, this is fun. She looked at those fellows who were hurriedly collecting the divine weapons in the distant sky, and she almost cried out in joy. She had been injured by Yun Xia, the son of the evil Darch, and she had been poisoned by the Tian Sha needles. She was powerful but couldn't use them, so she was bullied by some trash. She wished she could tear that demonic emperor's disciple, Yun Xia, into 1,000 pieces. Let's get out of the city first. Xian Shi and Gu Fei sneaked out of the city while Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor and Fatty Evil Emperor were confronting each other. Soon, they arrived near the eastern city gate. Sword! She waved her right hand, and a ray of dazzling sword aura flew from afar and slashed at the east gate. Boom! Wherever the sword light passed, there was a loud bang, and the entire east gate was blasted open. At the same time, while everyone was indescribably shocked, she rushed out of the city with Gu Fei and then instantly disappeared into the night. Damn it! A figure rushed over from afar and directly rushed out of the city. That was Yun Xia, the son of the evil Darch. Yun Xia chased after Xian, Shi, and Gu Fei. God Emperor Tatian wanted to help, but the halberd the fat man was carrying suddenly moved. A powerful and violent energy wave exploded from the halberd. The fat man with the halberd looked extremely tall at that moment, as if he could crush the sky with one attack. "Fat man, do you want to fight?" God Emperor Tatian stared at the fat man with a serious face. This guy was famous for being difficult to deal with, and he couldn't be killed. He seemed to have an immortal divine body. The fat man's background was extremely mysterious, so God Emperor Tatian was also afraid of him. "If you want to fight, let's fight." "I'm not afraid of you," the fat man said with disdain. "Let's go." Wang Xian and another expert of the Wang family activated the teleportation formation and returned to the ancestral ground of the Wang family. They didn't dare to stay in the Heaven Trampling City any longer. It was the Heaven Trampling Evil Monarch's territory. He was the ruler here, so he could kill whoever he wanted. The current Wang family was no longer the Wang family of the past. The Southern Heaven God Emperor even wanted to devour the Wang family. This way, his strength would immediately surpass the other forces, and he would become the true overlord of the Southern Divine region. However, someone had already shown him their strength before he could carry out his plan. God Emperor Tatian was both shocked and furious. There were less than 3 people in the entire Southern Divine region who dared to attack in the heaven-trampling city. Each of them was an earth-shattering figure, so they wouldn't bother to attack in secret. Could it be that guy? The heaven-trampling, evil monarch suddenly thought of someone. Meanwhile, she was moving quickly in the mountains with Gu Fei. Yun Xie was chasing after them with a strong murderous intent. He was getting closer and closer. Gu Fei was still pretending to be weak, pretending that he needed Xianxi's protection. She had never thought that Gu Fei was such a peerless cultivator. He had even forced the entire Wang family to lower their heads and suppress the entire clan on his own. Let's see where else you can run to. Chapter 41:26. In the middle of a desolate mountain, a woman was flying at a low altitude with a man in tow. The strong wind blew the woman's hair backward. You didn't forget to bring me along when you were running away. You're quite kind. Gu Fei said. He was still pretending. You've helped me before, so don't worry. I won't let you fall into the hands of the heaven-trampling, evil monarch and the others. She said. I've helped you before? When did I help you? Gu Fei said in astonishment. Hee, didn't you help me escape from the Wang clan's ancestral ground? If it weren't for you, I would be in deep trouble. She said smilingly. This. Gu Fei was left speechless. Even though the chick had forced him to escape, she was right too. If it weren't for him, how could she have escaped from the Wang clan's ancestral ground? In other words, he had indeed helped her. At that instant, a figure descended from the sky and blocked in front of she and Gu Fei. She and Gu Fei had no choice but to stop. Yun Xie? She was enraged when she saw the man. He was the only son of the heaven-trampling, evil monarch, Yun Xie. He was the one who had used the sky-breaking needles to ambush her in the desolate land, causing her to fall into the hands of those shameless scum. Xianxi? Haha, you managed to escape last time. This time, you've delivered yourself to me. Let's see where you can run to this time. Be my concubine. Yun Xie said with an evil grin. Even though she was wearing a mask, he was able to recognize a woman just by smelling her scent. He immediately recognized Xianxi. Xianxi? Your name is Xianxi? Gu Fei glanced at Xianxi and said, the South Heaven God Emperor's name was Xian Kuan. Could they be related somehow? Kill. She waved her right hand, causing the godly sword on Yun Xie's waist to be drawn out from its sheath with a clank. It turned into a sharp sword glow and lunged at Yun Xie. Humph! Control the secret skill of myriad soldiers? Yun Xie laughed coldly as he grabbed the sword light that was coming for him. The sword light was like a silver snake, struggling in his hand, full of divinity. Mystic gold gloves. She saw that Yun Xie was wearing a black glove on his right hand that was grabbing the sword light. She saw that the glove was glowing with a layer of black light and faintly discernible divine runes. Soon, the sword light in Yun Xie's hand calmed down and turned back into an ancient sword. The body of the ancient sword was dark, but there were ancient divine runes engraved on it. An ancient aura emanated from the ancient sword. Boom! She attacked once again. She formed a divine seal with her hand, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky towards Yun Xie. The glaring lightning instantly lit up the entire world. 9 heavens, thunder seal. Yun Xie raised his right hand, and the flash of light descending from the sky landed on his hand. Immediately, electricity exploded, and the surrounding void was torn apart by the splashing electricity. I was just ambushed by you. Do you really think you can defeat me? While speaking, she waved her right hand, and Gu Fei immediately flew to the top of a mountain several kilometers away, as if he was riding on a cloud. Io, the goddess of the Nantian Divine Palace, is actually hiding a gigolo. Yun Xie laughed as he shook his right hand. The bolt of lightning was immediately dispersed into the void by the powerful divine power that erupted from his hand. What did you say? Xian, she was instantly enraged as she glared at Yun Xie. Is that not the case? Yun Xie said with an evil smile, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Go to hell. Xian, she shouted as she formed the 9 heavens thunder seal with both hands, directly attracting the power of the 9 heavens thunder. The entire world was instantly filled with lightning and thunder. Bolts of lightning that were bigger than mountains shot towards Yun Xie, carrying with them a terrifying power of destruction. Haha, Yun Xie laughed. In the next moment, a ball of divine light emerged from his body and blocked the countless lightning bolts descending from the sky. This is Xian. She could not help but be shocked. This guy can actually block my 9 heavens thunder seal? It's my turn. Yun Xie grinned. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he stood. Damn it. Xian, she did not hesitate as she directly flew into the sky. Just as Xian, she left her position, a violent figure immediately stood in her original position. If she was half a step slower, she would have been hit by Yun Xie. Your reaction is not slow. Yun Xie smiled. In the next moment, he disappeared again. To be precise, he did not really disappear, but his speed was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. This sudden burst of speed really caught everyone off guard, and Xian, she was a little flustered. On the top of a mountain in the distance, Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw this. Yun Xie, the son of the demonic emperor, was nothing in his eyes, but to Xianxi he was a strong enemy. Transform into lightning and move unhindered in the 9 heavens. Xian, she shouted in a deep voice. In the next moment, a ball of divine light emerged from her body. In an instant, she instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the sky. Boom! At this moment, the void trembled as Yun Xie's figure appeared once more. He slammed out with a palm strike that nearly shattered the void in the heavens. Thunderclap palm. Xian, she made her move. Her palm was like a bolt of lightning. This palm was a combination of speed and strength. Bam! In an instant, the 2 figures collided in the void, causing the void to tremble violently. Then, countless cracks appeared. Swoosh! The 2 figures separated in an instant and then collided again. This was a battle of the Shen King level. Whether it was Yun Xie or Xianxi, they both displayed their heavenly skills and secret techniques. Interesting. Gu Fei stood on the top of a mountain a dozen miles away. When he saw this scene, he could not help but nod. These 2 people were almost equal in talent and cultivation. It would not be easy to determine a victor between the 2 of them. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the direction of the heaven-trampling city. Gu Fei quickly looked and saw a ball of dazzling divine light appearing in the sky above the heaven-trampling city. In the divine light, 2 figures were fighting. That is, Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily contracted as he stared at the ball of divine light. He had never imagined that the timid fatty would be so powerful. That's right, the fatty who claimed to be the lord of the heavenly divine world was holding a halberd and fighting with someone in the sky above the heaven-trampling city. Violent energy spread out, shaking the heaven and earth. Chapter 41:27. Tatian Evil Monarch was one of the best among the 5 monarchs of the Southern Divine Region in terms of cultivation and strength. Even the powerful Southern Heaven Divine Emperor wouldn't dare to provoke him. Besides, the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor and Tatian Evil Monarch were sworn enemies. The 2 forces were constantly in conflict. Even the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor and Tatian Evil Monarch had once fought a great battle deep in space. No one knew the outcome of the battle. Some said that the 2 monarchs were on par with each other and it ended in a draw. Since that battle, the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor and Tatian, evil monarch, hadn't fought again. Instead, their subordinates had been fighting each other. Now that the goddess of South Heaven, Xianxi, had encountered Yunxia, the son of the evil monarch, a battle was inevitable. While Xianxi and Yunxia were fighting, the chubby man was fighting Tatian god monarch with a halberd in the sky above the heaven-trampling city. The chubby man's strength was strange. Sometimes he was weak, but sometimes he was strong enough to fight against a monarch. At this moment, the fat man wielding the halberd was waving it, and he was actually locked in a stalemate with the heaven-trampling evil emperor. If the heaven-trampling city below wasn't protected by a formation, it would have already been destroyed by the remnant might that descended from the sky. Countless people in the city were trembling in fear. The divine aura that erupted from the two experts was far too powerful. It wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. "Chubby man, are you really going to fight against me?" Tatian god monarch was shocked and enraged. He yelled as he attacked. Endless evil aura burst out of his body, and 9 shadows of evil gods appeared around him. Every evil god held a weapon in their hands. The 9 evil god illusions attacked at the same time, shattering the void and blocking the ferocious fatty. "Hand over my brother, or I'll slaughter your entire family," the chubby man yelled. At this moment he was full of energy. Every time he swung the halberd, the entire sky would tremble. The light emitted from the halberd tore the sky apart. Even though he was fat, it didn't stop him from unleashing his strength. The chubby man was as fast as lightning. His body moved rapidly in the sky like a ball. The violent energy was earth-shattering. Even the sky-trampling evil monarch was showing signs of being overwhelmed. This guy really hit it well. Gu Fei's gaze completely ignored the distance and directly saw the scene on top of the heaven-trampling city. The invincible divine might that the fatty displayed caused even him to be somewhat moved. Although the fatty liked to boast, he claimed to be the lord of the heavenly god realm. Could it be that he was really the lord of a realm? Others might not know what it meant to be the lord of a realm, but Gu Fei knew very well that being the lord of a realm wasn't as simple as being invincible in a realm. A true lord of a realm, in addition to being invincible in a realm, also had to trample on the heavenly Tao of that realm. Although the battle prowess displayed by the fatty was very strong, in Gu Fei's opinion, it was still far from the point of stepping on the heavenly Tao. "I don't even know who your brother is. How am I supposed to hand it over?" The heaven-trampling evil emperor was extremely depressed. Could all of this be a trap? A trap aimed at him? This fatty wouldn't have come to their doorstep for no reason. This fatty's origins were mysterious, and he seemed to have appeared tens of thousands of years ago. All the great god emperors of the southern divine region knew of the existence of such a person. Moreover, this guy couldn't be killed. It was said that he had an undying body. However, no one believed that it was just a teleportation. However, this fatty would disappear from time to time and reappear again. No one knew where he came from. My brother clearly just came to the heaven-trampling city, but now he has disappeared. If it wasn't the heaven-trampling evil emperor, who would have the ability to do so? The fatty said angrily, "Forget it if you don't believe me. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." The heaven-trampling evil emperor had been strong all his life. How could he be weaker than others? The evil emperor was furious, shaking the heavens and the earth. The 9 evil god phantoms around him rushed out from the void, transforming into bodies of flesh and blood. Extremely violent divine power rippled out from the 9 phantoms. 9 gods as one, invincible. The heaven-trampling evil emperor roared angrily. The 9 phantoms fused together in an instant and launched an all-out attack at the fatty. In the next moment, the void in front of the heaven-trampling evil emperor was annihilated. The destructive power destroyed everything. Roar! The fatty roared like thunder. He instantly poured all his divine power into the halberd in his hand. In the next moment, the halberd let out a shocking roar like a dragon and slashed forward. Rumble, The two extremely strong forces collided in an instant, and the entire world seemed to be torn into two halves. Fatty only felt a shock in his hand, and a huge force came from the halberd, and his whole body was sent flying. He held the halberd tightly in his hand. His hands were badly mutilated. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was also blown away by the fatty's power. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Again, the heaven-trampling evil emperor seemed to have gone crazy. He pounced at the fatty again. "Ha! Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The fatty laughed loudly. He also charged forward with the halberd in his hand. The two martial monarchs fought once again. Countless living beings in the heaven-trampling city were terrified. Even though the city was protected by formations, they could still sense the terrifying aura descending from the sky. Many, with weaker cultivation, had already dropped to the ground and trembled in fear. These two maniacs! Some of the antique experts in the city were shocked too. It was rare to see a battle of this level. They were already lucky to be able to watch it. Meanwhile, in the mountains 1,000 li away, the son of the demonic monarch Yun Xie and the daughter of the South Heaven God Emperor, Xian Shi, were engaged in an intense battle too. Xian, she was executing the 9 heavens thunderclap heaven art. She had activated the power of the 9 heavens thunderclap. It was as if she had turned into a god of thunder. Every move she made was accompanied by countless lightning arcs. She turned into lightning and fought against Yun Xie, who had mastered a secret art of extreme speed. The son of the demonic monarch is only SOO. With a wave of her hand, she shot out 9 balls of lightning at Yun Xie. Each ball of lightning contained an extremely powerful destructive energy. Once they exploded, an ordinary true god would be instantly killed. Even Shin King would not dare to be hit by the lightning balls. Humph! Yun Xie let out a hollow laugh. In the next instant, an even stronger force burst out from his body. 9 illusionary figures appeared in the rift around him. The 9 heavens evil art? Xian's expression straightened upon seeing this. Yun Xie had finally used the strongest heaven art of the heaven-trampling evil monarch. The power of the 9 evil figures was extremely powerful. The 9 illusionary figures charged at Xian Shi. She was shocked and immediately backed away. At the same time, she executed a secret art too. The endless power of lightning condensed into 9 illusionary figures. Lightning clones? Seeing this, Yun Xie was taken aback as well. All he saw was the 9 phantoms of the evil god clashing with the 9 lightning clones. Not too bad. Chapter 41:28. The heaven-trampling evil emperor's 9 evils heavenly art was one of the best in the southern divine region, on par with the southern heaven god emperor's 9 heavens lightning heavenly art. Meanwhile, the son of the demonic emperor Yun Xie and the daughter of the god emperor Xian Shi were engaged in a fierce battle. A terrifying destructive aura swept across the sky as countless lightning bolts burst out from Xian Shi's body and wreaked havoc in the sky. Boom! As Xian Shi raised her hand, endless lightning immediately rushed out of her hand and bombarded the 9 evil shadows in front of her. Every bolt of lightning directly tore apart the void of heaven and earth. However, the lightning bolts with terrifying destructive power penetrated the 9 evil shadows. The 9 evil shadows only became a little dimmer, but they were not destroyed. Ha! I've cultivated the indestructible evil god. Your lightning bolts can only scare people. You think you can break my heavenly art? In your dreams. Yun Xie laughed heartily, incomparably arrogant. Humph! Is that so? She smiled contemptuously. In the next moment, the figures formed by the 9 lightning bolts turned into bolts of lightning that shot towards Yun Xie, piercing through the void. Boom! In the next moment, the 9 lightning bolts collided with Yun Xie's 9 evil shadows. Then the 9 evil shadows exploded as the 2 divine runes intertwined with one another. Yun Xie was shocked. In the next moment, the 2 divine runes dissipated in the sky and cancelled each other out. How is this possible? Yun Xie was shocked. Could this be the reason why the Southern Heaven God Emperor and his father fought to a draw? No one knew the outcome of the battle between the heaven-trampling evil emperor and the Southern Heaven God Emperor. However, as the son of the demonic emperor, Yun Xie had heard about it from his father. He and the Southern Heaven God Emperor were both severely injured. After he returned, he had to rest for over 1,000 years to recover. The Southern Heaven God Emperor did not have a good time either. He had not appeared for almost 1,000 years. Boom! Yun Xie's body shuddered. In the next moment, 9 evil rays burst out from his body and turned into 9 illusionary figures, each emitting a tremendous evil aura. She giggled. Then 9 lightning bolts burst out from her body and turned into 9 lightning clones. Continue! Yun Xie bellowed in rage as he made his move. The 9 evil shadows instantly merged into one, transforming into a peerless evil saber. Yun Xie grabbed the demonic saber and slashed it towards Xianxi. The resplendent saber light tore through the heaven and earth and instantly landed on Xianxi's head. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xianxi's figure directly disappeared into the void. Yun Xie's peerless saber strike missed. The saber light landed on the ground. In the next moment, the entire mountain ridge was split in half. Rumble! The earth shook, and a bottomless abyss appeared on the ground. Bam! Xianxi's figure appeared directly above Yun Xie's head, and with a stomp, Yun Xie was directly trampled down from the sky. Yun Xie fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom! He smashed into a mountain and was buried in the ground. Boom! In the next moment, the entire ground exploded, and a figure rushed out from the depths of the earth. Roar! Yun Xie raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. The peerless, demonic blade in his hand erupted with an unprecedentedly powerful wave of divine power. Son of the demonic monarch, how impressive! But that's all there is to it. She said with a hollow laugh. Yun Xie was infuriated. 9 heavenly demonic slaughters. Kill, kill, kill! The next moment, the peerless demonic blade in Yun Xie's hand sprang into the sky and turned into 9 saber intense slashing at Xianxi. The ferocious saber intense slashed at the rift. Lightning-like body roamed the 9 heavens. She executed the lightning escape art. Her figure turned into a lightning bolt and moved rapidly in the rift. However, even though she managed to dodge 8 of the saber intense, she was still struck by the 9th saber intense. She was knocked over 10 li away, and her clothes were torn into pieces. She was wearing a golden crow armor, a godly armor refined with the feathers of a golden crow. It was strong enough to resist an attack from a god monarch. If it weren't for the artifact, she would have been killed by the saber intense. I didn't expect you to be wearing this artifact. Yun Xie was surprised when he saw the golden crow armor on Xianxi's body. It was an incredible, godly artifact that belonged to the Southern Heaven God Emperor. In the entire Southern Divine region, there was only one divine armor that had been refined from the feathers of a golden crow. The golden crow race had long gone extinct in the Heaven God realm. Not even a golden crow's poop could be found, let alone a golden crow's feather. Bang! An illusionary figure of a golden crow emerged from Xianxi's body. The entire place was immediately filled with a terrifying heat wave. So what if you're a golden crow? I'll kill you all the same. Yun Xie let out a furious roar. His right hand made a grabbing motion in the rift, and the peerless, godly saber immediately appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he swung the saber. The peerless, godly saber that was infused with the power of the 9 evils immediately turned into an immortal saber intent that slashed at Xianxi. Buzz! The saber intent landed, causing the rift to tremble. In the next instant, The peerless saber intent was knocked away by the illusionary figure of a golden crow that emerged from Xianxi's body. This, Yunxi was shocked. "Ha! Slash me all the same? I'll stand here and let you slash me." Xianxi was amused. Yunxia was both shocked and angry. She was wearing the golden crow armor, which was an emperor-level godly armor. The Nine Evils' heavenly saber couldn't break it at all, because the Nine Evils' heavenly saber in his hand was just a saber light condensed from a divine ability. If the peerless evil saber in his hand was the real Nine Evils' heavenly saber, it wouldn't be impossible for it to break the defense of the golden crow divine armor. What? You're not going to do it. The dignified son of the demonic emperor is just a despicable person who only knows how to sneak attack others from behind. She ridiculed. Roar! She roared at the sky in anger, but he really couldn't do anything to Xianxi. If you're not going to do it, then I will. She was indescribably happy to see Yunxia beaten. Sword, come. She extended her right hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in her hand. In the next instant, an incomparably sharp sword light rushed out of her hand and strangled Yunxia. I couldn't tell that you're also a sword expert. Yunxia was a little surprised. He directly slashed out with his saber, blocking the strangling sword light. The skills that she learned were a little mixed. The Nine Heavens Thunderbolt heavenly art was a divine ability to control thousands of weapons, and now she was also a sword expert. When she slashed out with her sword, it had a peerless aura that could conquer the heavens. Buzz! The sword's cry reached the Nine Heavens, and she slashed out again. This time, the sword light was faint and almost invisible, and it also attracted the power of the Nine Heaven stars. Dots of starlight appeared around Xianxi's body, as if a star field had appeared around her. Countless stars covered the sky and flew towards Yunxia. It seemed very slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. Heavenly Stellar Sword Technique? Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a little surprised when he saw this scene from the top of a mountain in the distance. However, he quickly realized that the sword technique displayed by she wasn't the complete Heavenly Star sword technique. It was just a superficial part of it. However, she was able to attract the power of the Heavenly Stellar Sword, which was already very impressive. Heavenly Evil 9 kills. Yunxia didn't think too much and directly displayed his trump card. This was a peerless saber technique, one blade 9 kills. Even someone stronger than Yunxia wouldn't be able to withstand this move. The saber and sword collided, and dazzling sparks burst out, as if stars directly exploded in the void. The dense starlight sword light was simply unblockable, and several dots of starlight directly pierced through Yunxia's divine body. Blood suddenly appeared, and several bloody holes appeared on Yunxia's body. Yunxia screamed and retreated. Although he didn't want to accept it, he had to admit that she did have some ability. Io, the insufferably arrogant Yunxia, is going to escape. She laughed and chased after him. You're ruthless. Aren't you just relying on a divine armor? Wait for me if you have the guts. Yunxia roared as he fled. At this moment, in the direction of Heaven Trampling City, the entire sky was shrouded by evil flames, and violent energy was wreaking havoc in the sky. In the flames, two figures were fighting. It was the fatty and the heaven-trampling evil emperor. The fatty was blocking the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Otherwise, Gu Fei and she wouldn't be able to escape if the evil emperor attacked. Boom! At this moment, a powerful emperor-level energy wave suddenly erupted from Heaven Trampling City, and an emperor-level expert directly rushed out of Heaven Trampling City. Swoosh! That emperor-level expert's spiritual will directly locked onto Xianxi. *T. She couldn't be bothered to chase after Yunxia anymore, and directly rushed to the mountain where Gu Fei was. She directly grabbed Gu Fei and fled. Haha, why aren't you chasing anymore? If you have the guts, come and kill me. Yun Xie saw Xian Shi turn and flee, but he was amused. Idiot, how can a woman have guts? Gu Fei roared at Yun Xie. Upon hearing this, Yun Xie was instantly speechless. At this moment, a huge hand descended from the sky, directly grabbing at Xian Shi. The vast power that descended from the huge hand directly sealed a part of the void. Xian Shi and Gu Fei both felt their bodies tighten, and their entire bodies seemed to be suddenly imprisoned, unable to move. What Xian Shi was shocked. At this moment, a saber light directly slashed towards her at an extremely fast speed. It turned out that Yun Xie had made a move. However, she was wearing the Golden Crow divine armor, and the saber light was directly repelled. Preposterous! If I can't kill you, then I'll kill your gigolo. As Yun Xie spoke, he slashed his saber towards Gu Fei, who was beside Xian Shi. Help! Gu Fei pretended to cry out in fear. Bastard! Upon hearing this, Xian Shi was both shocked and angry. In the next moment, she directly activated the power of the Golden Crow divine armor, and in the next moment, a golden crow directly rushed out of her body, directly breaking the seal of the huge hand. Boom! The golden crow directly collided with the huge hand that descended from the sky, and in the next moment, the entire huge hand directly exploded. Upon seeing this, the Emperor God who was rushing over was shocked. Crack! Chapter 41:29. Even though she was the daughter of a god monarch and was wearing the black gold godly armor, she did not dare to resist the attack. She immediately crushed the talismans and tried to escape. Trying to escape? Have you asked for my permission? The monarch reached out his hand and fired 9 godly runes into the rift. The next moment, the rift in the distance trembled violently as 2 figures fell out from it. They were Xian Shi and Gu Fei. Crap! Xian Shi was utterly shocked. As the daughter of a god monarch, she clearly knew how terrifying a god monarch was, shattering the sky with a wave of his hand and swallowing the galaxy with his mouth. This was a god monarch. It was definitely not going to be easy to escape from these guys. What's wrong? Can I escape? I'm dead for sure, and now you want to protect me? Gu Fei pretended to be panicking and said, Shut up. Xian Shi was both anxious and annoyed. She had the urge to kick the guy who was squeaking away. Little girl, don't think you can behave atrociously in the heaven-trampling city just because your father is a South Heaven god monarch. Emperor Yun's figure appeared in the sky as his imperious voice came from the sky. He looked down at Xian Shi as if she was an ant on the ground. Monarchs were high up above, dominating everything. Those below the martial monarch realm were just ants. Once a person became a martial monarch, they would be able to control the heavens and earth and seal everything with a single thought. This was the reason why Xian Shi failed to escape even after using the escaping talismans. Emperor Yin, I didn't expect you to be colluding with the heaven-trampling evil monarch. Xian Shi looked at the figure in the sky. The aura of a god monarch that descended from the sky almost made her unable to straighten her back. Humph, isn't the South Heaven Divine Palace allied with the Wang clan too? You're allowed to collude with the Wang clan but not others? Emperor Yin said with a cold smirk. With your status, you actually dared to attack me. Aren't you afraid of being accused of bullying the weak? Xian Shi knew that she had really kicked an iron plate this time. Trying to escape from Emperor Yun's hands? It was impossible. I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. As Emperor Yun spoke, he stretched out his right hand, and the endless essence of the world immediately gathered from all directions, directly condensing into a small, mountain-like hand in the void, grabbing toward Xian Shi and Gu Fei. How tragic! Xian, she couldn't help but be shocked and angry as she looked at the giant hand grabbing down from the sky. Just as he was about to be grabbed by the giant hand, the Cloud Emperor suddenly exclaimed and retreated immediately. There was actually blood dripping from the void. Cloud Emperor is injured. Xian, she was shocked beyond words. If I don't escape now, when will I escape? Gu Fei said in horror. Not bad. She hurriedly crushed another talisman. Whoosh! A ball of divine light emerged from her hand and instantly enveloped her and Gu Fei. Then the ball of divine light suddenly shrank, and the two of them disappeared into the void. What happened? Yun Xie was stunned when he saw the scene. Emperor Yun was a god emperor. Even if he was not comparable to his father, heaven-trampling evil emperor, and the South Heaven god emperor, he was still a god emperor. Why did Emperor Yun suddenly retreat? At that moment, Emperor Yun was extremely shocked. Who plotted against me? There was a bloody hole in between his eyebrows. If he had not cultivated the immortal primordial spirit secret technique, he would have died from that blow. Immortal primordial spirit roamed around his body. Emperor Yun's primordial spirit might not necessarily be in the divine palace between his eyebrows. Therefore, even if his eyebrows were pierced and his divine palace was destroyed, he would not die. The bloody hole in between his eyebrows quickly healed and reassembled his divine palace. Soon he was completely healed, as if he had never been injured. What shocked Emperor Yin was that he could not even see who was plotting against him. Even the Southern Heaven God Emperor wouldn't be able to hurt him without him noticing. Could the person in the dark be more powerful than the heaven-trampling evil emperor and the South Heaven God Emperor? A supreme ultimate god from the central celestial realm? Emperor Yin did not expect that the person who secretly attacked him was the guy beside Xian, she who panicked and asked Xian she to protect him. It was Gu Fei who secretly attacked Emperor Yin just now. He was a little surprised that Emperor Yin was not dead. However, at that moment, she had used the talisman again, and he did not attack again. It could be said that Emperor Yin had taken a trip to the gates of hell and almost died. Just when the Cloud Emperor was shocked and Yun Xie was dumbfounded, the battle between the Fatty and the heaven-trampling evil emperor had also come to an end. The Fatty was extremely domineering. With a sweep of the halberd in his hand, the 9 evil shadows were annihilated and the heaven-trampling evil emperor was sent flying. Seeing that scene, the entire city was in an uproar as everyone was in disbelief. The supreme dominator of heaven-trampling city, the heaven-trampling evil emperor, was defeated? The 9 evils heaven technique is just SOSO. After saying that, Fatty took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Wah! The heaven-trampling evil emperor's face suddenly flushed when he heard that. The next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body trembled and almost fell from the sky. In a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away, a figure fell from the sky and directly landed on top of a mountain. The person was the Fatty in a Taoist robe and carrying a halberd. The Fatty landed on top of the mountain and staggered as he almost fell. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, and he looked a little tired. The heaven-trampling evil emperor does have some skills after all. The Fatty sat down with his legs crossed and placed the halberd on the ground in front of him. He then began to use his mysterious technique to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy. The Fatty seemed to be fine just now, but he was actually showing off by defeating the heaven-trampling evil emperor and leaving in a carefree manner. In fact, he only won by a narrow margin, and he was also injured. The Fatty's chest and abdomen were moving up and down as he inhaled and exhaled. The entire mountain's heaven and earth spiritual energy was absorbed into his body. Little green lights rushed out from the surrounding flowers and trees and entered his body. Not only was the Fatty absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy, but he was also absorbing the surrounding life force. The flowers, grass, and trees on the entire mountain were gradually turning yellow. At this time, outside the gate of another city, 10,000 miles away from the heaven-trampling city, a woman and a young man walked over from afar. Under the night sky, the city gate was tightly shut and there were soldiers patrolling the city from time to time. What should we do? We can't get in. The young man said anxiously. He was Gu Fei. The masked woman was Xian Shi. She used a Taoist talisman and brought Gu Fei to the gate of the Thousand Dragons City, 10,000 miles away. The Thousand Dragons City was an ancient city that was second only to the heaven-trampling city within a radius of 10,000 miles. The entire city was very quiet, and only the faint sound of footsteps could be heard from the top of the city. She smiled and walked forward. Who goes there? At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the top of the city. A general stared nervously at she who was outside the city gate. Open the gate. She said loudly. Humph. Get out of here, or I'll send you on your way. The general on top of the city wall sneered. You dare to tell me to get out? Do you want to die? She said as she raised her right hand. In her hand was a token. The purple token was engraved with a dark red evil character. Yes, my lord. I'll open the gate right away. When the general saw the token in Xi's hand, he immediately turned pale and his voice trembled. Very soon, the tightly shut city gates slowly opened, and a group of people rushed out of the city gates. The person in the lead was the general. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I've offended you, my lord. Please forgive me. The general said carefully. He had never thought that the person who came was the one with the heavenly evil token. The heavenly evil token was personally made by the heaven-trampling evil emperor, and there were only 3 of them. With the heavenly evil token in hand, the people of the Thousand Dragons City naturally did not dare to be negligent. She looked at the general coldly and called for Gu Fei to come over. Then they entered the Thousand Dragons City together, completely ignoring the city guards. This token! After entering the city, Gu Fei asked in a low voice. I took it from Yunxia, of course. She said proudly. This, Gu Fei pretended to be shocked. In fact, everything was under his control. The token had actually fallen from Yunxia's body and was picked up by Shi. When Yunxia was defeated by Shi, he fled in defeat and did not even know that the token had fallen. However, Gu Fei did not know that it was the heavenly evil token of the heaven-trampling evil emperor. It was already late at night. The Thousand Dragons City was very quiet. There was not a single person on the wide street, which was a bit unusual. The city guards hurriedly closed the gate after Shi and the others entered the city. They seemed to be afraid of something. What's going on? She muttered to herself. The Thousand Dragons City was a big city, second only to heaven-trampling city. There were at least 800,000 or 900,000 living beings in the city. However, the city was frighteningly quiet at this time. There's an eerie feeling. Gu Fei shrunk his neck and said, the shops, inns, and taverns on the side of the street were all closed. This was very strange. One should know that places like inns should be open all night. For cultivators, there was no difference between day and night. It was impossible for the street to be completely empty. This abnormality made she feel a bit nervous. My lord, why didn't you tell that lord about the ghost soldiers? On top of the city wall, a deputy general said to the general guarding the city, that lord must have come to investigate this matter. Why should we say more? The city guard said indifferently, that too. The deputy nodded. At this time, the temperature suddenly dropped. They're coming. Let's go inside. The city guard suddenly became nervous. Then everyone on the city wall hurriedly entered the tower and closed the doors and windows. Just as the divine soldiers and immortal generals were hiding in the tower, a mist suddenly appeared outside the city gate without any warning. Chapter 41:30. Under the night sky, the Thousand Dragon City was silent. Gu Fei and she walked on the street, but there was not a single person in sight. What's going on? Gu Fei and she felt very strange. It should be known that the Thousand Dragon City was not a small city. Even if it was not a huge city, it was still a medium-sized city. Obviously, something had happened which made everyone in the Thousand Dragon City hide, not daring to come out. At this time, a cold aura came from outside the Thousand Dragon City. Gu Fei felt that the temperature of the entire void was dropping rapidly. Even he, who already had no sense of heat or cold, felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Oh no! Could it be? She seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned pale with fright. What is it? Gu Fei hurriedly asked. The legendary Nether soldiers passing through. She said in a low voice. Nether soldiers passing through? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Could it be that there was such a mysterious and terrifying thing in the heavenly god realm? In Gu Fei's understanding, the 6 paths of reincarnation was only a legend. Even the ancient Buddhist lord who wanted to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation failed in the end. Something that the ancient Buddhist lord couldn't do. Naturally, it was even more impossible for others to do it. At this time, she suddenly looked in the direction of the city gate. She didn't know when it started, but there was a fog outside the city gate. The fog was white with a hint of black, emitting a cold and gloomy aura. Even with Shi's Shin King realm cultivation, she couldn't see what was inside the fog. The moment her divine sense came into contact with the fog, it would be swallowed by the strange power inside the fog. Interesting. Gu Fei opened his martial path, heavenly eye. His divine sense was also swallowed by the fog, but his heavenly eye could see through all illusions. He saw that there were actually figures faintly visible in the fog. The so-called Nether soldiers passing through, in Gu Fei's view, were just some ghosts. If he had the invincible cultivation of the past, he could destroy these so-called Nether soldiers with a flick of his finger. But now he had some misgivings about those fellows outside the city because he didn't know their background. At this moment, the mist outside the city began to spread towards the Thousand Dragon City. Soon, the mist came into contact with the power of the Great City Barrier Formation, and a layer of divine light appeared in the sky above the city. He blocked it? She said happily. We can't block it, Gu Fei said subconsciously. As expected, the divine light that appeared in the void quickly dimmed. In just a few seconds, it was obliterated by the strange power contained in the mist. How do you know that? She looked at Gu Fei strangely. I guessed it. Gu Fei quickly pretended to be a little flustered. Your guess is quite accurate. She said snappily. At this time, the fog spread from the direction of the city gate into the city, and a few shrill screams came from the direction of the city gate, breaking the silence of the night. Let's go! Shi's heart jumped for no reason, and she subconsciously grabbed Gu Fei and retreated towards the city. When ghost soldiers passed through, living people were not allowed to enter. However, this was a little different from the ghost soldiers that Gu Fei knew. This fog seemed to be very evil. The fog contained evil power and the power of death, which was not a method that ordinary ghosts could use. Gu Fei could clearly feel that wherever this fog went, it would take away all vitality, and any life essence would be directly devoured. No wonder everyone in the city was hiding. However, it was obvious that hiding in the house was useless. The fog continued to spread in the city, and in the places that were shrouded by the fog, screams could be heard. It was obvious that the people hiding in the house were suffering. What's in the fog? Gu Fei said in shock. How would I know? I'm so unlucky. I just escaped from the hands of that Emperor Yin, and now I encountered ghost soldiers passing through. My luck is really bad recently. She said as she flew forward quickly with Gu Fei on the conveyance light. However, in next to no time, she noticed that something was off. The strange mist had actually enveloped the entire Thousand Dragon City, and it was surging towards the city from all directions. She stopped and looked up, only to see that the sky was also covered in fog. It turned out that the fog had already shrouded the entire Thousand Dragon City. Oh no! She was really shocked. She never thought that the ghost soldiers passing through would be so terrifying. At this time, they had no way to escape. What should we do? Gu Fei panicked as he looked at the mist that was surging towards them from all directions. Bam! Xian, she directly smashed the window of a house on the side of the street and then jumped in. Hurry up and come in, you're waiting for death. Xian, she shouted at Gu Fei, who was still stunned on the street. Gu Fei quickly jumped into the house. After Xian, she waited for Gu Fei to come in. She directly blocked the window with a table in the house. At this time, a strange and eerie sound came from outside, as if someone was whispering, or like countless ghosts were roaring, and there seemed to be something moving outside. Heart-palpitating screams kept coming from all directions, which made Xian, she very nervous. Don't worry, I will protect you. Xian, she looked at Gu Fei and said, I believe you. Gu Fei looked at Xian, she solemnly. However, at this time, a shadow penetrated the wall without warning, and directly pounced towards Gu Fei. Swoosh! Xian, she immediately attacked. A beam of fire rushed out of her hand and turned into a fire blade. It instantly slashed the shadow, and the shadow immediately dissipated in the void. However, the moment the shadow was cut by Xian, she's flame blade, it had already touched Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt his body go cold, as if his whole body was about to be frozen. But the next moment, the eternal real bone in his chest emitted a wave of hot air, dispersing the cold air that had invaded his body. However, Gu Fei wanted to play a joke on Xian Shi, and he fell straight down. Xian, she was shocked to see this, and hurriedly stepped forward, reaching out to hold Gu Fei. What's wrong? Xian, she saw Gu Fei's pale face and hurriedly asked, The Yin Qi has entered my body. I can't take it anymore. Gu Fei said, trembling all over. What? Xian, she was shocked to hear this, and hurriedly tried to help Gu Fei expel the Yin Qi. It's useless. The Yin Qi has already eroded my primordial spirit, and even a God Emperor can't save me. Gu Fei said sorrowfully, I'm about to die. Can you promise me one thing? Gu Fei looked at Xian Shi expectantly. What is it? Tell me, as long as I can do it. I will definitely do it for you. Xian, she said, a little sad. They had experienced a lot along the way. Chapter 41:31. I'm going to die. Can you promise me one thing? Gu Fei looked at Xian Shi expectantly and said sadly, Say it. Xian, she said with a heavy heart. Gu Fei hesitated and said, Can you let me see your real face? What? Xian, she was stunned. She had been covering her face, so Gu Fei naturally couldn't see her face. Hearing Gu Fei actually wanted to see her face, she hesitated. Can't I? I'm going to die, and my only wish before I die can't be fulfilled, sigh. Gu Fei pretended to be very sad. I once swore that if I took off my veil and let others see my face, I would marry the person who had seen my face. Xian, she said. This. Gu Fei heard this and suddenly felt that it was too melodramatic. You had to marry that person if you took the initiative to show your face? Sigh, just let me die miserably. Gu Fei sighed. Hearing Gu Fei's words, Xian, she hesitated. If I hadn't taken you from the Wang family's ancestral land, you wouldn't have died. Fine, I'll let you see. Xian, she said, and directly took off her veil. Gu Fei only felt his eyes light up. The beauty in front of him seemed to not belong to the mortal world, transcending the mortal world. It was as if the autumn waters were divine and the jade bones were divine. What a heavenly goddess! To be able to see such a goddess, even if I really die, it's worth it. Gu Fei seemed to be stunned and murmured to himself. What did you say? Xian, she heard this and quickly covered her face again, her eyes filled with frightening, killing intent. Didn't you say you were going to die? Seeing the peerless face of the goddess, I suddenly don't want to die. Gu Fei said, laughed, and stood up. You! Xian, she looked at Gu Fei in shock, her eyeballs almost falling to the ground. Gu Fei looked at Xian Shi with a faint smile. As soon as Xian Shi thought of her oath, her killing intent surged. Even if you don't die, you still have to die. As she spoke, she actually directly attacked Gu Fei. An incomparably sharp flame blade rushed out from her hand and slashed towards Gu Fei. The blazing heat waves spread throughout the room. "Haha, if I don't die, you will have to marry me," Gu Fei laughed and said. In the next moment he opened his mouth and inhaled. The fire blades that filled the sky were directly swallowed by him. "You, Xian," she was both shocked and angry. It turned out that he was so powerful. It was at this moment that shadows penetrated the wall and pounced directly at Gu Fei and Xianxi. Xian, she was wearing the Golden Crow divine armor, which was forged from the feathers of the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow was a pure yang divine bird, and its pure yang true fire was the nemesis of almost all ghosts and spirits. However, not all Yin souls are afraid of pure yang true fire. The opposite of pure yang is pure Yin. Yin souls that have cultivated pure Yin power are not afraid of pure yang true fire. It should be known that yang can subdue Yin, but Yin can also subdue yang. A few shadows were burned to ashes by the pure yang true fire that erupted from Xianxi's body. However, in the next moment, boom! With a bang, the table that was blocking the window suddenly shattered, and a figure directly strode in from outside. At this moment, Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the few shadows that were pouncing towards him. Seeing this, she was inexplicably shocked. This guy actually dared to swallow Yin souls, and he even pretended to be dead just now. He really deserved to die. She wanted to attack and teach this liar a lesson, but the Yin soul outside directly charged in. A terrifying cold aura immediately spread out, and the surrounding void seemed to solidify. Roar! The Yin soul roared angrily and directly punched towards Xianxi. The violent power of Yin exploded, and with one punch, the void seemed to be frozen. This is a Yin emperor-level existence. She was shocked. In the next moment, a divine bird appeared on her body, and this divine bird directly pounced over 1,000 times. Boom! The divine bird that rushed out from Xianxi's body instantly collided with the Yin emperor's fist. The violent power spread out, and the surrounding void was distorted. In the next moment, the whole house seemed to explode, and all the bricks and tiles were shaken into dust. With the house destroyed, the surrounding fog immediately surged towards Gu Fei and the others. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei and the others were enveloped by the fog. She had the protection of the Golden Crow divine armor, and the shadow of the Golden Crow on her body faintly blocked the fog outside, so she was temporarily fine. But Gu Fei did not need to deliberately circulate his power to protect himself. At this moment, his whole body was like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring all the essence chi around him. At this moment, a fist punched out from the fog, directly blasting towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, extended his right hand, and directly grabbed the other party's fist, grabbing the other party's fist. In the next moment, an extremely cold aura came from his own fist, and a small part of his body suddenly felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave and was almost frozen. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and in the next moment, a wave of eternal power immediately spread from the eternal sternum, expelling all the Yin Qi that had invaded his body. As soon as he exerted force, the arm actually exploded. A figure roared and rushed towards Gu Fei. Die! Gu Fei pointed out with a finger and directly pierced the guy's forehead. In the next moment, the guy directly fell to the ground and died again. At this moment, a cry of alarm sounded, and she was in trouble. I'll suck. Gu Fei opened his mouth and sucked, and the surrounding fog immediately gathered towards him and was swallowed into his body. In the blink of an eye, with Gu Fei as the center, the fog within a radius of 100 feet was swallowed by him, and she was actually forced to continuously retreat by the two figures. Kill! Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly stretched out his hand towards the two mysterious figures and grabbed towards them. The two mysterious figures immediately flew towards Gu Fei involuntarily. Gu Fei clenched his right hand and blasted towards the two figures flying towards him. In the next moment, the two figures directly exploded in the void, turning into two clouds of blood fog, and in the end, even the blood fog dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Seeing the scene, she was extremely shocked. These mysterious figures all had the cultivation and combat power of Shin King level, and even she was not a match for them. But this guy who pretended to be stupid had blasted them into pieces with one punch. It turned out that this guy was actually strong enough to kill Shin King with one punch. Roar. At this moment, a terrifying roar came from afar, and an even more powerful and terrifying aura came from afar, and a figure that was even bigger than a mountain appeared between heaven and earth. The real expert was about to appear. The so-called Een Emperor before was just a small shrimp, and now the one who appeared was the real, terrifying existence.